Warning: Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
So what we mean by Black power is we mean to have not only Black political power, but Black economic power, to have a voice in the educational system, that our kids will know, not only the Black kids, but the white kids should know the kind of contribution that have been made by Black people throughout this country. We want to determine some of our destiny. And this is what Black power means. We want to have something to say about our destiny.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you hit that like, share, and if you're catching this on the replay, that hype button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please hit the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as hitting the other link, joining the Telegram group to help circumvent some of the shadow banning that PukeTube has been doing with the new Black media. Now, with that being said, family, welcome back to another another Church of Black Power episode here. We have much to discuss here today, family. We have much to discuss. We're going to get to the doubling down on stupid. However, I have a few stories here I want to get through with you. I want to bring to you here, and then we'll get into the meat and the potatoes. Now, let me go ahead and scroll up so we can just get this popping off. Let me real quick do this here. All right, let me scroll on up here. Let me give a B1 salute and shalom to our sister Andrea Jones in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Aquarius Minded in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here. Our sister Hurricane Nisi is in the building. Much love to you, my sister Quentin. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Miss TT in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister. And thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contributions as always, my sister Queen. Full Armor Yah is in the building. Shout out to you, my sister Queen, and thank you for being here. As well as our good sister Black Spider in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here as well. It is always a pleasure. Blango. B Blango Sparrow. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. All day. Much love to our sister Queen Patricia A. Jones in the building. Our good brother Iron Will is in the building. Shout out to you, my warrior brother. Our sister Only Pamela's Way is in the building. Shout out to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here, as well as Dale is in the building. Much love to you, my brother, and thank you for being here. Our sister Starte Jones is in the house. Much love to you, my sister Queen, and thank you for being here. Shalom to you. Hope all is well. Our good brother 13 Mike Travels is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. And for all those who are not in the chat, shout out to you. And for all those who will catch this on the replay, shout out to you as well. Now, let's get right on into it, family. So, a couple of broadcasts ago, it may have been last broadcast. No. Last broadcast was the important Asian. So, it was a couple of broadcasts ago. And let me say this too. I appreciate all the love and all the messages people have been sending, all the positive feedback about the important Asians broadcast that I did. and I appreciate everybody's enthusiasm for it and the enthusiasm for IA2. Now, as soon as I get through these last couple of books, we will be bringing IA2 out and getting just as thorough. But a couple of broadcasts ago, we spoke about Sunny. And in case you guys don't remember, let me go here. Talk about Sunny Hostin from The View and her son being arrested for trespassing and using her, political career. Well, not a political career, but her career as a former assistant DA to kind of smooth things out with the situation. Let me remind you guys before we get into what I want to talk about here.
How are you?
How are you? This is my son.
How you doing?
He was walking along the tracks.
Just on a run, on a walk, and the gate was open. I was like,
Sounds like honest.
He's on the phone with me. Actually, I'm a former federal prosecutor.
Yeah.
He knows he's a Harvard grad who teaches fourth grade geometry to kids.
God bless.
This is not a kid who's ever in trouble. It's an innocent mistake. I understand you have to.
I don't know what happened, but
It's
not the end of the world. I get you. Where'd you go? You were like over here?
so yeah, there's like an open gate. I think I was walking over there.
Just walking, nice day.
Yeah, well, we were talking on the phone.
I know.
I had a big interview today. We're talking about it.
Gotcha.
So she was on the phone when he got pulled over, and she pulled the hell up. Okay, I in the first video, that part caught the first time I played it. That part kind of skipped right on by me. That the fact that she was on the phone with the dude, and then he trespassed. The police rolled up on him, and she rolled straight up there. Let's continue.
In the area?
Yeah, we live on.
Oh,
we used to live in Purchase, and we just moved here.
Oh, okay.
So we're new to the area, which is why he's making mistakes.
Which is why he's making mistakes. Okay. You didn't see those no trespassing signs, huh? That was a mistake. Oh, all right. Shout out to T1 Productions in the building. With this situation happening, family, it seems very interesting to me that the very next show that they have on The View is about nepotism. Oh, yeah. And they said, quite literally, verbatim, word for word, that calling somebody a Nepo baby is just as bad as calling them a DEI hire. Let me repeat that. They quite literally said, Winfrey said it verbatim, that calling somebody a Nepo baby is the very same thing as calling someone a DEI hire. Let's go here, family.
Pop singer Gracie Abrams sat down for an interview with CBS Sunday Morning and said she's fully aware that being the daughter of writer-director J.J. Abrams and entertainment executive Kate McGrath has had its advantages. Take a look.
There is no question. There are a million visible and invisible ways in which I have benefited as a result of my proximity. I'm the luckiest person in the world to have grown up learning from the two of them in all of the ways. It's been everything, of course, yeah.
Now, the question is, are people too quick to dismiss someone like her as a Nepo baby? Let me tell you what being a Nepo baby is like. When you say that about somebody, it's like calling them a DEI hire. Yep. It's like saying you didn't get this on your own. This girl has, she's so incredibly talented. And Nepo babies, they don't have a choice who they're born to.
Correct.
I find it interesting that she would say that because, and I don't agree with this at all, but every time Donald Trump put his children in some sort of position, they call nepotism. They scream nepotism from the rooftop. And while I agree that it is nepotism, yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's okay for you guys to now say calling somebody a Nepo baby is like saying they're a DEI hire. I can't agree with that. Not only can I not agree with that, I find it to be interesting timing that you guys now want to talk about nepotism after Sonny was caught in 4K using her business, her career as a former assistant DA to then protect her Nepo baby. So, I just find it very, very interesting, the timing here. And I want you all to be very aware that Sonny is going to be quiet for most of this clip. Everybody's going to be talking about the situation, but Sonny is going to be more quiet than everybody. And then when she finally speaks, you can tell that she's throwing that in there, her little 2 cents in there to basically agree with what they're saying, because this is something that she just went through, something she just did. Let's continue.
No, she's also very self-aware.
Yeah.
Right? She answered not being defensive. She answered being aware of the fact that she has had some privilege that other people haven't. But she's standing on her talent.
She is.
I think some Nepo babies get a bad name because they think that they've gotten where they've gotten, and do not acknowledge that they've gotten some advantages.
No, but I know my kid doesn't like being called a Nepo baby. Yeah. What she does on her, she got it, she worked her behind off. And whether she is as successful as me or not as successful, this is her life. Right. Once they step out of your house, 100%. They are going out to do their thing.
Yeah, but my point is that Alex is aware, as is Gracie, that she's had advantages that you didn't have.
But why?
I may chime in. A diehard Gracie Abrams fan, you don't get nearly 2 billion streams on Spotify just because your dad is a big time director. She, on her own 2 feet, I've seen her live. She's an incredible musician, incredible songwriter. Like,
for her to say that you don't get X amount of streams on Spotify because of who your dad is, that is completely false. Depending on whose child you are, you absolutely can get X amount of spins on Spotify. Family, let me give you a prime example of somebody who's been big on not just Spotify, but they've been compared to people like Beyonce and, Michael Jackson. Taylor Swift is a Nepo baby. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Taylor Swift is a Nepo baby. She is the daughter of a third-generational banker. Taylor Swift was spending millions before she even got into the scene and became this country star. I'm saying that in air quotes, my fingers, you can't see them, but there's air quotes going on here. She was spending millions before she even got out to the world and came out as this poor little country girl who came from nothing. The woman is a third-generation banker child. And because of that, everything that has to do with her has a machine behind it. Everything that she chooses to do, whether it is country, whether it is acting, whether it is basically just sitting at home and plopping out babies for that football player, she has a machine behind her because of who her family is. This is how, and why I didn't dislike the song Shake It Off. This is how it became one of the most popular songs at the time, even though it was a trash-ass song. They had to force people into liking the song by playing it so much, and I spoke to you guys about this before. It's called repetition. So when this woman literally says, oh, well, who your father is isn't going to get you X amount of spins, it definitely will. Exactly, my sister. You see her everywhere, and I just see her. They compare her to some of the greatest, and she is nowhere near a great. She is the prime example of mediocre. They created a whole group of people, a term for a bunch of fans, the Swifties, and then they promoted that term while in turn promoting her. And all of the legacy media did what? Got on code. And anytime someone said that woman ain't as good as Beyonce or anybody else who's a Black American, this woman, she is quite literally mediocre. What happened? You had all of these goddamn news publications coming out defending her. You had all these supremacists coming out defending her. The same thing with anybody else who has a machine behind them. Let's be very clear about this. Shout out to Triple R15 in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as a sister, Miss Vita, in the building, my sister, and thank you for being here. Taylor, who never listened to her music, and most folks don't. But if you let this woman right here on your screen tell you, she got all organic plays. Leor Cohen, has said several times he can make a star out of nobodies. That's because they're telling you we'll put a whole machine behind certain people. Shout out to the full armor of Yah, my sister, and thank you for being here. And thank you for this comment. Taylor Swift is a knockoff Nicole Kidman. There you have it. There you have it. That is actually a great analogy. There you have it. That's exactly who she is, a knockoff Nicole Kidman. And you seen how the machine got behind her. Let's continue.
That's the point. She shouldn't have this like drag her down all the time.
And nobody should have to answer to it. It's a crappy question. It's like saying, hey, how come you got to become a 4-star general? Who gave you?
Yeah. Well, we also forget that we focus in on the media, entertainers, artists. There are Nepo babies in law firms, in everywhere you look. Yeah, and nobody's checking on them. Yeah. And it's harder to get away from it when you have to select a song and stream it versus sometimes we've all worked around people that are just there and you're like, how are you here? You know, like that happens.
Notice how silent Sonny has been. Sonny has been mum's the word. Everybody's putting in their little 2 cents. Sonny has been mum's the word.
But I think if asked, own it. I don't think you have to walk in a room disclaiming it because you can get your foot in the door. You can't stay in the door.
Her parents are both.
You can get your foot in the door. You can't stay in the door, my ass. How do you think these Nepo babies stay on the job? They can mess up as much as they want to, and their father or their mother will wave it away. Taylor Swift, just look at Taylor Swift's whole career. This woman throwing up Nazi signs, all kind of stuff. And she's still being touted as one of the biggest stars or biggest pop stars from America. Black Spider says Sonny the Bunny is embarrassed. Hopping in to rescue her sorry son. I feel that. Hey, and she's definitely embarrassed 100% full. That's why you can see the look on her face. She kind of looked like she really did not want to be a part of this conversation today. She kind of seems like she was against doing this, and they was like, nah, we got to do some sort of we got to put out the fire. We got to make sure the flames don't get stoked on this. We got to do some damage control. That's what it almost seems like to me. Shout out to my sister Black Spider. Shout out to Lunch Eyes in the building as well. Much love to your family. Let's continue.
For her, but she had the talent to walk through it.
Yeah,
and
to stay there.
Well, to stay there. And there's nothing
we don't
wrong
know
with
if
that.
he opened the doors for her. We don't know.
What she said is that that having them as parents
proximity.
allowed her. No, what she said is it allowed her the benefit of time, for example, to be able to work on her craft without having to be waiting tables. So she was so. I mean, her answer is really worth watching in its entirety.
It may be, Anna, but I get very annoyed with this subject because I don't like when people don't assume. You assume somebody helped me. You're assuming that they did this. Yeah. Don't make that the question you asked me when I.
Oprah, I mean, Whoopi, I mean, well, y'all one and the same. I don't even see y'all as separate people anymore. Whoopi, let me be very clear with you. When you have a powerful family name, whether or not your family put a sticker on you, it's not the case, because the sticker on you is the family name. They know who your family is. And they will give more opportunities because they know who your family is. Stop acting as if, well, you're acting as if I had to help her. You didn't have to do a damn thing but give them birth. That's the point of a Nepo baby. That is the pure definition of a Nepo baby. Somebody who was birthed into privilege. So wherever they go, that name will hold weight. Unless they change their name and change their background. Or really, they can't change their background, but hide their background to make sure no one knows it. Sort of like what you did, Whoopi. I'm not saying that you're a Nepo, but I'm saying like you changed your name because you wanted to be known for what you wanted to be known for. So you changed your name to Whoopi Goldberg. I mean, you've told this story several times over. So now you act as if you can't understand how children of these powerful people, children of these famous people, children of these wealthy people can pull from society without the parents even having to put a thumb on it. Shout out to Southern Breeze in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister. Thank you for being here. Let's continue.
Comment. Ask me, hey, what did you do? How did you do what you do? Then I can say, well, my mom opened the door or this, but don't assume that that's what happened. Because a lot of these kids, their parents don't open doors for this very reason. And we assume that because you got a famous parent, oh, they must have. No, no. Not all the time.
Like I said, family, Sunny was very mum's the word. She got out probably about one sentence and then went back to being on hush mode. So I found that to be very interesting, family. I found it to be very interesting that they decided to do that right after Sunny got caught up actually practicing within the nepotism. This next one is hilarious to me for another reason. Very interesting, to say the least. we got to talk about Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk. Why? Because the White House had a dinner. And Erica Kirk showed up with a date. She didn't show up with any date, though. Not just any date. Erica Kirk showed up with a Negro. Oh, yeah, family. Erica Kirk showed up to the White House dinner with a Negro. I just want to be a fly on the wall to listen to how these supremacists reacted to that. Let's go here, family.
Dick is a mental illness, and Erica Kirk got it. Mental illness. Black dick is a mental illness, and Erica Kirk got it. Black dick is a mental illness, and Erica Kirk got it. Mental illness is the only way I can explain how she couldn't read the room. MAGA everywhere. And she walk up in there on the arm of a nigga. No matter how clean cut he is, Ivy League nigga, country club nigga, but a nigga nonetheless. He's actually Lawrence B. Jones, that Fox journalist. Cool. Much as Charlie hate niggas, guess who's coming to dinner? White House edition. Guess who up in that graveyard just to turn it over? Rotisserie edition. Much as Charlie hate niggas. Erica Kirk took one to dinner. Magazine ain't like that shit. But you know how racists can't admit what they're really upset about? Up in the comment section talking about it's too soon to be seen out with another man. But it wasn't too soon to be rocking up on J.D. Vance. But behind every little snide remark like this is all just publicity, there's a heart that beats. That nigga better stay in his place. But you know they can't say that. She took a black man to dinner. This is what upsets you. Not Erica with the pyrotechnics, grieving like a rock star. They had no problem with that. White killer, forgiving. Black comedian, burning hell. But watch them get in the comments and tell you that this has nothing to do with race. Get out of my sight.
I have to correct my brother on one thing here. It wasn't the fact that she brought a black man to dinner that really got to them Nabiscos. No. Don't let that confuse you, family. No, it's not because of her bringing him to dinner whatsoever. It's because they couldn't quit thinking about what she was going to do to him after dinner. Oh, family, you best be believing if you think that they were mad that she brought him to dinner. Oh, no, that wasn't the case at all. They was too busy in their minds trying to block out what she's going to be doing to that man's Johnson after dinner. Francis Cress Welsing spoke about the fear of genetic annihilation, and they had nothing but black meat on the mind, seeing her walk into the damn White House with a Negro on her arm. These folks must have lost their minds. This ain't the same as seeing Kant dance with her Nabisco. No. This was supposed to be America's sweetheart. The one who waited for Charlie, the one who still isn't over Charlie, the one who is over here saying, God dang it, he was mine. And that's why they put me in charge of, the Turning Point in USA. The woman who sits over Charlie's legacy is now being piped down. Piped down. He got her bending over and touching her toes, and he's tapping that non-existent butt of hers. He said, you thought J.D. Vance knew how to hug this up? Let me show you how to hug this up. You ain't gonna need them leather pants. Take them off. Oh, Magites. I don't feel your pain whatsoever. I laugh at it. Just let the soul pole glow. Just let it pipe through. Shout out to our brother Crew Reality in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here. Lost they damn minds. Brother on my arm, no brother on your arm. Oh, shout out to the family that knows where that's from. You and me both, Pamela. I'd have paid money if you would have let me know this was going to happen. If I'd have known ahead of time, I probably would have bought a damn ticket to the dinner. I'm gonna be honest with you. How much is the ticket to the dinner? Nah, it ain't. This ain't got nothing to do with Donald Trump. No, I'm just here for the show. I'm just here for the show. I want to see what's happening here tonight. Oh man, shout out to E Eunice in the building. Much love to you, as well as Cultural Superpower in the building. Much love to the both of you. Thank you both for being here. Yeah, I would have had to go ahead and just buy one of those tickets. I wouldn't have ate nothing there, but I definitely would have been. I'd have been sitting there just looking at the white folk and looking back at Erica, looking at the white folk, looking back at Erica, like, y'all just gonna let this go down? Y'all okay with this? Nah, crew, I ain't there for the bad food. I'm gonna starve all while I'm there. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna get something on the way home. And it's gonna be so satisfying because I'm gonna laugh myself into a new style of hunger. If you thought them Africans get hungry, I'm gonna laugh myself into a hunger that hasn't existed yet. Like, god dang it, I'm creating a brand of hunger, god dang it, through the way I'm gonna be laughing. Like, oh man. Family, I had to show you, I had to bring that to you. I had to bring that to you because that brought me so much joy. I don't know why, but I started laughing. I started having tears in the side of my eyes because all I can think about is the fact that they could not get the fact that this man is going to be piping her down after dinner. How could she do this to Chucky? What about the children, Erica? What about the children? They heard their daddy talking so much crap about the Negro, and then only for you to turn around and start getting piped down by one. Oh my God, what are the children going to think? They're going to be so confused. There's going to be so much confusion. Oh, family. Okay, I digress. Let's get it. Let's get back into it. I just had to go ahead and drop that on you real quick before we get into some of the serious stuff. Let's get into some of the serious stuff, shall we? Oh, man. There's a meeting in his bedroom or her bedroom. I don't know how they pick where they're going. You know, they might flip a coin, you know. And exactly, Aquarius. Don't she? Hold on. Let me pull that back up. Let me pull that back up. Don't she look so happy? Don't she look so... She looked like she's never been this happy before. Oh, her whole life. She's over there in her head singing, I fell. Oh my God, I wonder if they went dancing out of the damn White House. I've been waiting for so long. I had the time of my life. Oh man, y'all know what? Y'all gonna have me on this today. Let me just keep going. Let me just keep going. Family, in New Jersey, there's been some situations with the voting. Yeah, there's been some situations with the voting out there. Before we get to the situations in Jersey, let me go ahead and play this clip right here of Abby Phillips looking like a fool.
He's been in office for a full year now. They have not come up with any of this purported evidence of voter fraud. You guys are in search of something that there's been no evidence exists. New Jersey is double checking its voter rolls tonight after a software error added 6,600 non-citizens to the voter rolls. The suggestion that this is fraud suggests that these people were trying to vote. Sometimes what happens is that when state systems are incorrect, people receive information and they are confused. For some people who are ineligible to vote are not aware that they're ineligible to vote. I do think it's whether it is widespread or not matters. I do think that the numbers actually matter. He's been in office for a full year now. They have not come up with any of this purported evidence of voter fraud. You guys are in search of something that there's been no evidence exists. New Jersey is double checking its voter rolls tonight after a software error added 6,600 non-citizens to the voter rolls. The suggestion that this is fraud suggests that these people were trying to vote. Sometimes what happens is that when state systems are incorrect, people receive information and they are confused. For some people who are ineligible to vote are not aware that they're ineligible to vote. I do think it's whether it is widespread or not matters. I do think that the numbers actually matter. He's been in.
Shout out to my good brother Reparations Nation in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother. And thank you for this comment. She's always looked like the fool on her own show. And I have to throw "on" in there. On her own show. Folks run rug shot over her family. Abby Phillips is a prime example of somebody playing the fool willfully. You know that song, everybody plays a fool sometimes. This is her playing a fool, 100% fold. There's no exception to the rules. Let's get into it, shall we? Let's go here.
This breaking just a moment ago, New Jersey's Democratic governor, Mickey Sherrill, says that some 6,000 non-U.S. citizens were actually registered to vote in the state's motor vehicle system. Eric Shawn has some breaking details right here in the New York newsroom for us. Eric, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Jillian, it turns out that thousands of non-citizens were added to New Jersey's voter rolls, and some even voted because of a computer glitch. But now the state says it's trying to clean that up. New Jersey's governor, Mickey Sherrill, says that a software error in the state's motor vehicle system led to about 6,600 people who are not citizens being registered as Garden State voters when they applied for a driver's license. She says even though the applicants answered no on the license and also state ID card application forms, well, the computer registered yes as citizens. She says it all happened under the previous administration of Democratic Governor Phil Murphy, and she's ordered the illegal voters be removed from the rolls.
It's unacceptable that the vendor released software with such a glaring error. It's unacceptable that the MVC took a year to get this issue fixed. And it's unacceptable that no one in the previous administration brought this to light, demanded accountability, or took action when it happened years ago.
Family, exactly, cultural superpower. Do anybody believe that this was a glitch? I damn sure don't believe that this was a glitch. As somebody from California, I am willing to bet that this was not a glitch. I know it's New Jersey, but trust me when I say it's happening in California too. I don't believe for a second that this is due to a glitch. Exactly. That wasn't no damn mistake.
The investigation says it found less than 400 of those who were improperly registered actually did vote. And of those 400, they were registered in all the parties.
So 400 out of the 6,600 actually casted ballots. 400 out of the 6,600 actually casted ballots.
There were Democrats, Republicans, and unaffiliated voters. They were registered over a one-year period from June 2023 to 24, and elections held during that time, well, they included the state legislature, municipal contests, school board elections in 2023, as well as in 2024, the U.S. Senate, congressional races, and the presidential election, which Kamala Harris won by more than 250,000 votes. And Cheryl herself was elected as governor last year, and she won by nearly 500,000 votes.
A B1 salute to our good brother Zavon Scott in the building, as well as our sister Anita Harrell. Much love to the both of you, and thank you both for being here. Family, so in Jersey, within that year period, 400 people have casted ballots, knowing that they are not American citizens. And folks are acting like this is no big deal. Let's go here.
The White House obviously seized on the news to help push Trump's voter ID bill, writing, quote, Democrat glitch registers thousands of non-citizens to vote. Another reason to pass the Save America Act. This is obviously not a great situation. She acknowledged that. But it also doesn't demonstrate that there's widespread voter fraud in New Jersey or anywhere.
In New Jersey? 6,600 non-citizens made it onto the voter rolls. That's okay. To me, is widespread voter fraud.
That's widespread?
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty bad
percentage-
if one person who's not a legal citizen in the United
the
States.
number of registered voters in the state?
Well, New Jersey spends $60 billion over that overall on its budget. So I think if we're seeing,
but I mean, you just said it's widespread. So where's the proof that it's widespread?
6,600 non-citizens made it onto the voter.
You see Abby over here trying to explain? She is explaining her butt off. And it might as well be white explaining. Shout out to my brother Iron Will. It might as well be white explaining. The other person was white explaining, but Abby over here white explaining too.
That is 0.006% of registered voters in the state. Mikey Sherrill, she won her vote. She won her election by 500,000 votes.
Abby is stuttering like she's Roly-Poly Martin's understudy. Abby is sitting here stuttering like she is Roly-Poly Martin's Snorlax's understudy. Run that back.
6,600 non-citizens made it onto the voter rolls.
That is 0.006% of registered voters in the state. Mikey Sherrill, she won her
I don't think it invalidates her
she won her election by 500,000 votes of registered voters in the state. Mikey Sherrill, she won her
I don't think it invalidates her
she won her election by 0.006% of registered voters in the state. Mikey Sherrill, she won her
I don't think it invalidates her
she won her election by 500,000 votes. There were 3.3 million ballots cast in that election. 400 ineligible voters. Let's say, because we don't even know, let's say they all voted for her, which maybe they did.
That still wouldn't invalidate the election.
That would be about 1/100% of all the votes cast. Yeah. Widespread?
Yeah, 6,600 non-citizens made it onto the voter rolls. That's pretty bad. I think.
Hold on, widespread.
Yeah.
6,600 people who were inadvertently registered to vote. The vast majority of them never cast a ballot, and you're calling 400 maybe ballots cast by people who were registered as Republicans, as Democrats, as Independents, as widespread in a state where there are 6.8 million registered voters.
Yeah, I'm with the governor of New Jersey on this. I think it's a pretty big problem.
That math doesn't math, Jesse.
Well, I didn't say it invalidated Mikey Sherrill's election
I didn't say you said that, but I also dispute the idea that there's any proof that this is widespread.
I think there are thousands of
All right, let's just do this. When I think widespread, my definition of widespread is that is happening. And not only that is happening, it's happening throughout the United States. So it don't have to be millions of people who are voting who shouldn't be voting. No, it's widespread because several states is dealing with the same problem. That is widespread. That is the definition of widespread. This is investing.com. This is a fact box about the voters' rarities at the U.S. elections, state and private review shows. Right? We're about to go over a few things here. Donald Trump and many of his fellow Republicans warned that non-citizens could vote in November 5th presidential election in significant numbers, potentially handing a victory to Democrat rival Kamala Harris. But there have been few known examples of non-citizen voting in recent U.S. elections. Here's what the state officials and independent researchers have found when they have examined the issue. The Brennan Institute. The left-leaning Brennan Institute for Justice found 30 instances of non-citizen voting out of 23.5 million votes it reviewed in the 2016 election. The Heritage Foundation, which nobody really believes anyway, the Conservative Heritage Foundation found that 24 instances of non-citizen voting in the United States between 2003 and 2023. Now, family, regardless of the numbers, peep out how many states is dealing with this problem and whether they're voting in these states or not. Well, they are voting in these states, but whether they're Democratic states or not, this is happening across the United States. So the first place, Alabama. Alabama's Secretary of State in August said his office would inactivate 3,251 registered voters that is suspected were non-citizens. Though he later admitted that thousands of those on the list are in fact U.S. citizens, the federal courts blocked the efforts in October on the grounds that it would take place too close to the election. There are 3.8 million voters in the southern state. So regardless of whether they're finding people on the voter rolls or not that are non-citizens, it's too close to the election to pull them from the rolls. So they'll be voting in these elections if the states allow them. If it doesn't become a situation where it goes to the federal, of course. Arizona. State officials say that 218,000 registered voters do not have proof of citizenship on file, which would mean that they would not be eligible to vote in state and local elections this year. The voters in question have been Arizona residents for decades. And the Secretary of State says the discrepancy is due to an administrative error, another error, quote unquote. The state's highest court ruled those people can vote for all races on November 5th. The state highest court ruled. So the Supreme Court in Arizona ruled that the 218,000 people that do not have any proof of citizenship can still vote in the November 5th race. There are 4.1 million registered voters in the Southwest state. Shout out to our good brother Antithesis in the building. Much love to you, my brother, and shout out to Georgia as a whole. Let's continue. Florida. So we got red and blue states now. Florida has prosecuted 2 people for voting as non-citizens in 2022. There are 13.5 million registered voters in the Southeast state. Georgia said in October it had found 20 non-citizens registered to vote and was investigating 156 others. The southern state has 7 million registered voters. Kansas, a 2018 court case found that 39 non-citizens registered to vote between 1999 and 2013 out of the roughly 1.8 million registered voters. Louisiana have removed 48 non-citizens from its voting list since 2002. The Secretary of State said at the August press conference, there are 3 million registered voters in the Gulf Coast state. Nevada. The Western state found in 2017 that three non-citizens voted in their 2016 election out of the more than 1 million ballots cast. North Carolina officials say 9 registered voters have indicated they are non-citizens when called for jury duty. So a lot of these folks ain't even getting called up until they get called for something like jury duty. And then they say that they're not a citizen because they don't want to sit on the jury. And or if they find out that you're a non-citizen, that would throw the whole damn case. There are roughly 7.7 million registered voters in the southern state. A 2017 review found 41 non-citizens voted in the 2016 election. Ohio said in August it had identified 597 non-citizens who had registered to vote out of the 8 million registered voters, including 138 who appeared to have cast ballots. Oregon said in September it had found 9 voters who cast ballots without proven citizenship, along with another 1,259 who had registered but not voted. Out of a total of 3 million registered voters, the Northwestern state blames an administration error. It's another error. So there's an error over in Jersey. There's an error over in Arizona. There's an error over in Oregon. How many errors do we need before we look at it and say, yeah, this ain't an error at all? Texas. Governor Greg Abbott in August, Governor Greg Abbott said in August that the state had removed more than 65 suspected non-citizens from its voters' rolls since 2021. The Texas Tribune and ProPublica website reported in October that authorities had only confirmed that 581 of those were non-citizens, while others were U.S. citizens. And don't worry, family. I'm seeing what you guys are putting in the chat, and I'm going to answer the question that we're all thinking after we're done with this. We're almost through here. Virginia said in August it had removed 6,303 non-citizens from its voting list since 2022. The U.S. Supreme Court said in October the state could remove another 1,300 suspected non-citizens, though the Department of Justice, though the Justice Department and voting rights groups say actual citizens are on that list. The southern state has 6.3 million registered voters. Now, with all of those states regardless of the number of people who are voting, who are non-citizens, whether it's just 500, whether it's just 400, whether it's just 200, whether it's just 2 people, whether it's just 7 people, all of these places are spread out throughout the United States, which means it's happening and it is widespread from state to state. There are instances of this happening. Now, let me answer the question I'm sure everybody was thinking. Well, what about this state? What about that state? What about this state? What about that state? We didn't see California. We didn't see New York. We didn't see Cincinnati. Well, we seen Ohio, but you get where I'm going. All the states that we didn't see here is because they're not reporting these things. And I'm pretty sure that even the numbers we got here are underreported. So if it's happening in all of these states that we just went through, you can bet your bottom dollar is happening everywhere else too, especially in states that harbor sanctuary cities who refuse to work with the government in order to audit their voter rolls. Let's be very clear. Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, any and everywhere that is the United States, I'm sure it's happening. Shout out to the Crawford Experience. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, family. And also thank you for the 10 gems. Much love to you. Much love to you, family. That's new. That's a new feature there. So now I can see your gifts when people put the gifts in. All right, shout out to SteamYard. Now y'all need to fix the other issues, but that's cool. But yeah, family. So that's what I'm talking about. On this list alone, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 states. Imagine if we had information from every other state. I think it would show the same thing. Shout out to James Brown for your 10 gems. Much love to you, and thank you for your donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, family, and I appreciate your contribution. Now, let's get back over here with Gabby. Gabby the Gab.
Non-citizens on the voter rolls in New Jersey, and I'm pretty concerned about that. I would call it a widespread problem. I think the bigger problem here is that...
What's your definition of widespread, by the way? Is it 1%? Is it 2%?
I don't know, more than 100? I think it's a big problem. What's yours?
What's your tolerance for this?
Hold on. This is not about tolerance. This is about, is it widespread or is it something that is relatively...
Gabby got caught up on her own damn show again. Look, she's fighting to come with words. She has an earbud in her ear. They're telling her what to say, and she still cannot combat some of these talking points. In case you didn't know, family, all of them wear these earbuds where they can communicate with the production staff in the back, where the production staff is telling them quite literally, word for word, verbatim, whenever they want something to be vocalized on the broadcast. She got somebody in her ear and she still can't argue the point. Shout out to First Class Citizen in the building. Much love to you. You are absolutely right, Gabby. The tether is insufferable. Whew. Shout out to Nito in the building as well. Much love to you, my warrior brother, as well as our sister Alicia Stover. And shout out to our sister Hurricane Nisi. Thank you for donating your 10 gems. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior sister. Exactly, the talking points. Black Spider says she's been telling lies for years. I wonder when they're going to break her like the tool she is. It won't be too long. I'm pretty sure.
Big problem. What's yours?
What's your tolerance for this?
Hold on. This is not about tolerance. This is about, is it widespread or is it something that is relatively rare?
You're pounding him over the word widespread. I just would ask you,
Scott,
what is your tolerance for any fraud at all?
Is it widespread?
Absolutely. Over 6,000 people.
What is your bar for widespread?
She said, my bar is I want no tolerance. I have zero tolerance.
So what is your tolerance for American citizens?
By the way, this isn't the only place this is happening.
What is your tolerance for American citizens whose valid voter registrations are invalidated by incorrect databases? What's your tolerance for that?
Deflection! Deflection. Deflection. Let me hear you say deflection. Let me hear you say deflection. This woman deflected like a mirror in the sun. Okay. All right. Run it back.
What is your tolerance for American citizens whose valid voter registrations are invalidated by incorrect databases? What's your tolerance for that?
I don't have tolerance for any mistakes in the electoral system, including putting non-citizens on the rolls.
So then why are we not keeping the same energy for that as we are for this?
I do have energy. As you know, I've come out here and long argued that every time we don't clean up the voter rolls, that every time a non-citizen makes it onto the voter rolls, it invalidates some legal person's vote.
What about when an American is not allowed to vote when they are eligible to vote?
I don't have any tolerance for that either. American citizens should be allowed to vote, but American citizens are invalidated.
Why are you okay then with the administration using a system that a federal judge recently found was actively removing U.S. citizens from the voter rolls based on inaccurate information? Why are you comfortable with that system being used to check the voter rolls?
This is a convenient deflection for you. This is the worst possible story that could happen for Democrats right now regarding the debate over the SAVE Act. 6,600 illegal aliens on the rolls in New Jersey that you know about.
Can I tell you why I think this conversation is wrong? Because first of all, it's not the worst possible conversation. This is actually a very good conversation for Democrats because Mikey Sherrill did exactly the right thing. She was transparent.
That's all I was saying.
Let me finish. She was transparent.
And it was good.
Shout out to our good brother Reparations Nation, because there is zero legit pushback to not being upset over voter fraud. One is too many. Way too many. And I'm with you there, 100% fold, my warrior brother. These folks want to sit here and talk about voter dilution, but when they're practicing voter dilution, everybody's just looking at it like, well, this isn't really such a big deal. Why are people acting as if this is such a big deal? It's not even widespread, don't you know? It's happening in small numbers. Well, that small number is Xing out somebody who actually is a citizen. And they do this every damn time they have to speak about their voter dilution, when you got to talk about sanctuary cities and freaking bloating or inflating their population using goddamn illegals, which dilutes our votes and dilute our voting power as well. No, I need everybody to understand. Both parties practice in voter dilution, and they do it in different ways. And if you choose one side voter dilution over the other side voter dilution, then you're just a diluted person regardless. You're diluted and you're delusional. Shout out to 13 Mike Travels. How you didn't know you couldn't vote and you voted and you aren't a citizen? Exactly. You know, voting is a benefit only stipulated for United States citizens. You are not a United States citizen, whether they made a mistake or not. You should not be going to vote. And if you do go to vote, you should be locked up for 40 years. And then deported. You should be locked up in all those camps that make you have to work all day long. You should be able to experience the 13th Amendment since y'all want to steal the 14th. I feel this about everybody, anybody who's voting and shouldn't be voting at all, knowing it's illegal. The judge would tell a Black American, if you do anything that you didn't know was illegal, the judge would look you dead in the damn face and say, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Let me say that again for the idiots in the back of the classroom. Whenever a foundational Black American go into court and may not have known something that he did was illegal, didn't have any of the insight, or they didn't have the intent to do something illegal, but yet the judge will look that foundational square in the eyes and tell you that ignorance of the law is no excuse. But yet everywhere we're turning, you're having these people sit here and try to convince you that these people are ignorant of the law. So why should we be sitting here putting them through this? Why should something happen to them if they're ignorant of the law? When it comes to us, that doesn't matter. So since it doesn't matter for us, we don't give a damn about anybody else. If you are committing a crime, whether you know it's a crime or not, lock his ass up. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. So since they want our 14th Amendment, let's give them a taste of the 13th. Maybe they'll change their mind. Was that a bar? That's a bar. Since they want our 14th Amendment so damn bad, give their ass a taste of that 13th Amendment and maybe they'll change their mind. Now, let's go here. Shout out to our sister Sweet Butters in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for your gifts as well. Your gems are blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior sister. Let's go here.
That they were incorrectly put on the voter roll.
They weren't aware that they weren't a citizen of the United States?
No,
They
but the
said
question
in this instance that they weren't citizens. They were still
is this accurately described as fraud when none of these people tried to register to vote?
Yes, they cast ballots. 400 of them cast ballots. They had to actively go do that. I assume no one voted in their name. Maybe they did. I don't know. But they actively cast a ballot. Did they not?
What I want to put
an illegal alien gets put on the rolls, however they got there, and cast a ballot.
But you acknowledge that some people might actually be, because this has come up in courts before.
Family, perfect. Thank you, my brother Iron Will. This is quite literally what is happening here. I'm sorry, officer. I didn't know I can do that. Then when they pull off, I did know that I can do that. Oh, man. Shout out to you, my warrior brother. Oh. Also, let me give a B1 salute and shalom to Paradise Mac in the building, my warrior brother. And Sin Sewell, I hope I said that right. If I didn't, hold it to my head, not my heart, put it in the chat. As well as Ronnie in the building. Shout out to all of you and thank you all for being here. Now, God dang it. That's exactly what it is. The whole Dave Chappelle skit.
Where some people who are ineligible to vote are not aware that they're ineligible to vote because they're trying to defraud the system. They might have cast a ballot because they just weren't aware that they were incorrectly put on the voter roll.
They weren't aware that they weren't a citizen of the United States?
No,
they said in this instance that they weren't citizens. They were still
is this accurately described as fraud when none of these people tried to register to vote?
Yes, they can.
Notice how she's trying to go back to intent. Yes, it's fraud because they're illegal, and that's fraud. You're an illegal citizen in a country that you know damn well you should not be in, but yet you're still participating in things that are only for citizens. It's fraud. It's fraud on top of the crime that they already committed by breaking into the country. Shout out to Ronnie for this comment. Technically, we all have the right to create a class action for discrimination if only Black people are singled or out for legal consequences. And that's my point. I've made this point several times over. I've said this several times over as well. Every freaking sanctuary city, every state with a sanctuary city, and it needs to be sued because it violates equal protection under the law. Anywhere that practices these type of policies need to be sued because it violates the equal protection under the law. Hell, if it was up to me, I would sue CNN for promoting a different style of justice for non-citizens than somebody who would be a citizen. Because fraud is fraud, regardless of whether you know so or not. You're going to go to jail. Let me be very clear about this. All of this is nonsense. Shout out to our sister Black Spider. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation has been blessed tenfold. Now I appreciate your contribution as always, as well as all that you do, my warrior sister. My sister has been a member for 16 months strong. Shout out to you, my sister queen, and thank you for all of your contributions. I appreciate you thoroughly. And let me also give a B1 salute once again to Sweet Butters for the high five. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for your contributions. And I appreciate your contributions as always as well, my warrior sister. Shout out to our brother Eddie Foster in the building. Much love to you. And our sister Queen excuse me, bless me, thank you. Our sister Queen Shabbat in the building. Much love to you, my sister, and thank you for being here as well. Yeah, those allergies have been kicking up as of lately. I don't know why it's been so goddamn. It has been a issue and a half. Excuse me. All right, let's get back into it, family. Let's go here.
CNN senior political analyst David Urban, Gretchen Carlson, the journalist and co-founder of Lift Our Voices, and CNN political commentator Bakari Sellers. Gretchen, if you look at this in full context, the system failed, then the system corrected itself. But this is a gift if you're out of context in the world of social media, or the president's claim, as he did in the primetime speech, that this is happening everywhere. Kind of a gift, isn't it?
From a PR perspective, John, this is a huge gift to Trump. Because, you know, he's going to exaggerate, as he always does, and say that if it's happening in New Jersey, that it's happening everywhere. Now, I'm not naive enough to think.
Thank everybody for the blessings. And yes, I'm going to take some allergy medication in a hot second. I'm actually looking for it now. But I wanted to say this. He said that this is a gift because these folks are going to make it seem like, and Trump is going to make it seem like it's widespread. Well, like I said, more than once, it's happening in more than one state. That's my definition of widespread. No matter how much, no matter how many actually voted, it's still happening in multiple states. And we still don't know about the goddamn blue states that harbor sanctuary cities. But let's go back here.
think that this couldn't be happening in some respect in small numbers in other states. But the questions for me tonight are, why didn't Governor Phil Murphy of New Jersey uncover this? He obviously knew about it before Mickey Sherrill. Why didn't he bring this to our attention? And also, it's important to note that I'm not sure that this revelation would have actually stopped these people from voting. In other words, the Save America Act that Trump wants to pass, I'm not sure that would have stopped this, because they actually checked the box that said non-U.S. citizen. It was a software glitch that gave them the ability to vote. Why those 400 people then thought that they could vote is a whole nother question. But I'm not sure the Save America Act would help in this case.
That's a critical point. They were all honest. They checked the box, say they were non-citizens. The issue was the software, and then I'm sure they got notices, hey, here's your election day, because they were in the system. David, look, the president thinks this is a huge issue. No one here is defending the failure of New Jersey's government. But is this really something that should be jumped up and down about, saying, aha, here's your huge problem?
Look, John, do I think it's a deal breaker in every state? No, but does it undermine voter confidence in elections? Yes. And is that bad for American democracy? Yes. Democrats can't keep coming on TV and saying this never happens. There are not undocumented immigrants voting in elections. Well, here's case one of it happening. It's happening in New Jersey. I guess it's happening in other states as well. So you can't say it with such definitive certainty these days. Everyone was kind of laughing at Donald Trump coming on TV, like you said, and saying this is all going on. But do I think that it's swaying elections? Probably not. But look, John, there are elections. You remember the Oz-McCormick election? Primary 900 votes. There are elections that come down to hundreds of votes in statewide elections. So it matters. Every vote matters, and so it does matter. But more so, it matters because it undermines integrity of the election system. It undermines people's confidence in our electoral system.
But Corey, the Governor Sherrill seemed to get that. Gretchen noted this at the top. She was furious publicly at Governor Murphy, saying that she wants accountability, including understanding why didn't they deal with this and why weren't they transparent about it when it happened on their watch?
No, I think she's right. And I think that if I have to agree with David Urban, it does undermine, voter confidence. I mean, that's something we're trying to rebuild. But there's nobody who undermines voter confidence in our election systems more than Donald Trump. And we've seen.
Now, family, listen. Oh, my God. Oh, man. Jesus Christ. They cannot address a problem that is happening within the Democratic Party without bringing up Donald Trump. And that eliminates every bit of accountability that they're sitting here trying to act like they're taking. Right? I can respect you if you could sit here and say, you know what? This is happening and we need to get this taken care of. I understand that. And it does really mess with the faith that we have in our election system. However, I do want to stress that we are working to fix this. That's one thing. But to sit here and then try to point blame to say, well, there's nobody that messes up the integrity of elections more than Donald Trump, that was your opportunity to show that you were not just a logical thinking person, but a person that can actually speak to the issues without trying to deflect somewhere else. It's the same thing Abby Phillips did a few minutes ago. Deflection on deflection with a beat behind it. Deflection. Deflection. This is why a lot of people is really falling off when it comes to the Democratic Party, even if they're not foundational Black Americans. People are starting to see that you people cannot, and I repeat, you people cannot discuss a situation without bringing up anybody else. What are you trying to do about these situations? This is why we're here to listen to you, to hear your stance on these situations, not to hear about what other people are doing to make those situations worse. Because the truth of the matter is, if that is the case, then God dang it, you would have called this out before he called this out. But that's not the case. And this isn't me caping for Trump or nothing like that. I'm just saying, as a politician, if you cannot articulate the actual issues and then bring some sort of clarity to how you want to fix it without bringing up or pointing to somebody on the other side of the aisle or pointing to Donald J. Trump or anybody else, you're not very good at what you do. And you are a deflector. That's what it is. Shout out to our sister Brooke in the building. Y'all make sure to follow our sister and make sure you also follow Thorough Black Talk. Meet us on the bridge tomorrow. They're going to be going ham. I'm pretty sure of it because they always do. Exactly. Zero accountability, zero credit, zero credibility. It goes hand in hand in this situation. Hand in hand. Shout out to Sweet Butters. Thank you for the clap and seal, my sister. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior sister. And shout out to our good brother Antithesis being a member for 6 months strong. Church! Much love to you, my warrior brother. And thank you for your donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate all your contributions. Thank you, my warrior brother. Shout out to our sister Nene in the building, as well as our brother Maneuver Right in the building. Much love to you. That's what I'm saying. God dang it, they got these whole damn songs deflecting. Let's continue.
Throughout the country where there are instances of voter fraud. Usually, not always, you have a Republican here or there. I mean, we've seen cases like Colorado, et cetera, Iowa. But this is something that has to be dealt with. I think that Governor Sherrill deserves a great deal of credit because she identified the problem. She found out about the problem. And instead of sticking her head in the sand, which some Democrats have a tendency to do, she actually yelled it from the mountaintops. She said, this is the problem. This is what happened. This is why this happened. And let's go fix it. This is not something that sways elections. Voter fraud does happen in the country. It just does. But it's on such a small scale that
So it went from y'all saying voter fraud, there's no evidence of voter fraud, to now you saying voter fraud does happen in the country. It does. It does. So all the nonsense that you guys been spewing for the past few months has just been just crap. You're admitting it, right? For the past year, everything that you guys have been spewing has just been crap, right? Thank you for letting us know that. Thank you very much. Shout out to our brother Antithesis once again. Your donation is blessed tenfold. I appreciate your super chat. Thank you for your contributions, my warrior brother. Bring them out, bring them out. And I must run it, family. Let me go ahead and run it because you know what we're seeing here. You know what? Let's go ahead.
It's happened in the country. It just does. But it's on such a small scale that let me just tell you this, John and everyone else listening. Donald Trump did not win the election of 2020. As much as he wants to relitigate that, as much as he wants to say it's because of voter fraud, Donald Trump was not the winner in 2020, and that's what this all goes back to. So let's work together on a bipartisan fix, and let's not undermine elections in this country.
Rachel, let's turn to Maine. Obviously, a huge Senate race there. You have to replace Graham Platt with the new Democratic frontrunner, is former State Senator Troy Jackson. Now he's facing reports, a little bit of backlash over allegations over the years. He's had some angry outbursts, including some directed at women. Now, no one conflating this with the allegations against Plattner, but you have a short runway now to get ready to run this race. Is it a problem?
You know, look, there's a big difference between rape accusations and throwing a water bottle at somebody, right? There's a big difference between rape allegations and even sexual harassment. I would also say that he's now in the national spotlight. There's tons of people that are running for Senate that are not getting the scrutiny that he's getting. But, you know, I think sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire. So we have a short little runway now to see if anything else crops up before the deadline in about a week. I also would just say that it's pretty tough when you have President Trump, who's been able to supposedly get away with sexual misconduct allegations and also isn't the best with decorum. I mean,
deflection. Like I said, you people just cannot answer a question without the deflection. No question without deflection. And this is proving my point. It's proving my point. Shout out to JMV Entertainment in the building. Much love to you, as well as our brother Jesse Paris in the building, as well as our sister Gigi in the building. Much love to each and every one of you. And thank you all for being here. Deflection.
I mean, he started out his campaign by making fun of a handicapped person, and that somehow was not a big deal. So I think it's tough to argue that this is disqualifying. You know, what is the bar?
David, to that point, the president just had to pay, before you jump in, the president just had to pay, he lost all the way up to the Supreme Court, just had to pay $5 million to E.G. and Carroll. I assume Susan Collins might make this a temperament issue, right? I'm calm. You know me, I'm moderate. Maybe some of you think I'm too calm. Look at him. Can the president, the National Republicans, go anywhere near this given his history?
Listen, John, this Maine, nobody wants the president in Maine anyhow. Maine's a completely different state, right? Susan Collins is running on Susan Collins' record. She's running on a distinguished record of, a bajillion years in the Senate. Troy Jackson, has, at least the reports I've read, Gretchen, are only women. He's only yelling at women. He's not yelling at tough men. He's not screaming at David Urban. He's screaming at, a minority woman and other women and getting in their face and throwing things. That's not a guy. Nobody does that. Bakari doesn't do that. John King doesn't do that. I've never known anybody that gets in a woman's face and screams and gets red-faced and loses their mind like this guy's been reported to have done in the past.
I have. Roland Martin. Oh, was that too soon? Okay. We ain't got to Roland yet. Okay. Let me back up.
He's passionate. Well, I don't know any, Gretchen, so maybe we run in different circles. And maybe you should find some new friends. This is a despicable guy who's getting in women's face in the legislature. Well, you shouldn't. If somebody got in your face, Gretchen, and was yelling at you like that, the one woman who was like the minority leader threw him out of her office, rightfully so. I mean, and so to somehow to normalize, it's okay, he's passionate about it, or to bring this about Donald Trump, this is about Troy Jackson being a loose cannon.
Smoke, there's fire. Wow. I said where there's smoke,
I would bring a fire engine to Maine. Bring a fire engine to Maine.
Okay.
We need to leave it there for time tonight, but we'll continue the conversation as we go forward. I'm sure as Maine makes its formal choice at the convention. David Urban, Gretchen Carlson, Bakari Sellers, appreciate your time. Thank you. And up next,
like I said, family, these folks, there could be so much they could be talking about. There could be so much they could be doing. But they're trying to make it seem, like I said, just listen to these folks. One instance of fraud isn't good enough for them. Hundreds of instances of fraud isn't good enough for them. The fact that it's happening through multiple states isn't good enough for them. Let's go here.
That's breaking news. Making sure.
Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, they disclosed it. They're going to fix it.
6,600
laws that they have on the books.
Yeah.
6,600 indivisions didn't vote illegally.
That's not for certain. I mean, they're registered, so they could if they wanted to, right?
But there's an independent investigation that New Jersey has initiated, and so far the proof shows that a very, very, very small fraction voted illegally, and they have discovered this, and they're going to continue investigating it. And I think, like, the point that for a very small percentage of error, we have error in every system. We have fraud in every system. There's a lot of fraud coming out of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. To make it more difficult for the vast majority of Americans to vote because of a very small percentage of error and fraud is not popular. It's not popular amongst the American people, and it's basically a poll tax.
That's an admission that a small percentage of illegals are voting, right? Thank you, Congresswoman.
Family, this woman just said this is basically a poll tax. What's basically a poll tax? Making sure illegals can't vote? How is that a poll tax? I'm just saying. These people are telling you exactly what it is. Now let's get to the next story here. Mahatma Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi, Mayor Mahatma Gandhi had some very stiff words for Bibi Netanyahu. And he called on the federal government to implement the warrant that Bibi has from the ICC, which is the International Criminal Courts. Now, family, when you hear people speaking about the ICC, I want you to understand something about the ICC in the very same way with the WHO and all these other organizations that America participates in. America isn't beholden to anything that happens with those organizations. whatever decisions that those people make, America, there is nothing that really can force America to participate in those things. And I'm not saying I agree with it or not. I'm just telling you exactly what it is. So when you hear people running around here acting as if the ICC, they have complete power to call people war criminals, and we're supposed to run after what they say and all this other stuff, America don't have to do nothing. And it's not just America. This is other countries as well. Other countries can just pull right on out of the ICC and not listen to them and not have anything to do with them. So when it comes to the law of the land, America will still be the highest, really, enforcement of the law. And America will never let some other country, to be honest with you, to be frank, take that away from them. That's the whole reason. If you think about it, family, I want you to understand something. If America start enforcing ICC warrants, then America would have to arrest multiple American presidents. They're going to have to arrest George Bush Sr., George Bush Jr., Bill Clinton. Shit, an argument can be made for Barack Obama too. And that's one thing America is not going to give up their power on. They're not going to let some foreign entity say who has the power to arrest Americans. And that's what the ICC does for the most part. So whenever I hear people whining about the ICC, it just shows me that they don't know shit about politics. They really don't know nothing about geopolitics. They don't know how things work. Let me go here, family.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. He is responsible for the killing of more than 73,000 people, for the maiming of tens of thousands of children as those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia, for the targeting of neonatal hospitals and maternity care centers, denying newborns even the chance to live, for the countless people he starved as he blocked food and humanitarian aid from reaching them, for the gunning down of hundreds of aid workers and journalists. And just last month, the UN confirmed that Palestinian children continue to be deliberately targeted and killed by Israeli armed forces, more than 8 months after the so-called ceasefire. The list goes on and on, all as we, as Americans, pay for the bombs that do the killing. There is a reason the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for his arrest. As human beings, we have spent generations building a shared understanding that there are crimes so grave, they offend all of humanity. Anyone, with their eyes, with their heart, with their conscience, should recognize the devastation he has wrought and understand that he belongs before a court of law. As I've said, I agree with the ICC that Benjamin Netanyahu should be arrested and tried for his crimes, as I do for anyone else charged by the ICC. My administration has reviewed every avenue available under applicable law to determine whether New York City could execute the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant if Benjamin Netanyahu came here. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. The federal government, however, does, and I call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant. And I want to be equally clear. Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City, nor is any other war criminal at large. While we cannot end the genocide on our own, we can decide whether our silence will become another weapon, and we can examine every tool we have to defend the humanity and dignity of all people. That is my commitment to you.
Now, let me say this. While I don't like anybody on the screens, I don't like none of the parties involved. I don't like Mandani. I don't like Bibi Netanyahu. I don't like Trump. I don't like the Republicans. I don't like the Democrats. Let me just say that before I say what I have to say next. Whether you like it or not, this was totally out of line. It's totally out of line. You're a mayor of a city. You're not the president of the United States. All foreign policy goes through the commander-in-chief. That's what this is. Whether you like it or not, that is not the case. Whether you like BB or not, that is not the case. I agree with everybody. This man should have been locked up decades ago. I'm with you there. I'm with you. But let's talk about the logistics of the situation. Let's talk about the hierarchy. You, as a city mayor, do not have the power whatsoever to not just try to push the American government or the federal government to implement or act on the ICC's warrant for Bibi Netanyahu or anybody else. You don't have that authority. Not only do you not have the authority, it is seen as disrespectful on the world stage. Why? Because America makes these deals and relationships with these different countries for whatever reasons that they do, whether you agree with them or not. But they do it through the president or the Secretary of State. Foreign policy is not something that is allowed it to be basically decided on the local level. It doesn't work that way. And the fact that people are acting as if it should work that way, the fact that people are running around here thinking that this was okay to do, it's treasonous. It's crazy. You can't usurp the president because you don't agree with this policy. Especially when you had leaders of Iran come to New York, sit right at the UN and talk about Iran and all kind of crap. And he gets called out about that. Like I said, I don't have to like these people to just tell the damn truth. And there's a lot of people that's so goddamn deranged with Donald Trump and deranged with the Republicans that they will not tell you, even when they're wrong, that the Democrats are on that bull crap. This is not how politics works. This is not how the government works. All you're doing is stoking a bunch of emotional people to sit here and think that they can do such things. And then when they find out that they don't have the power to do such things, then you have all these people whining and talking about they should have the power to do these things, like remove the president of the United States and remove the Senate. This is all weird stuff. It is, in a sense, a lot of this is communism. A lot of the Democratic Party is moving towards communism. And we're going to talk about that too, because I told y'all about the DSA and their infighting. Let's go here, family.
Benjamin Netanyahu will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while in the United States of America. My political sources are back, along with my legal source, Ellie Honig. So, Ellie, give us a reality check here. Can Mamdani have Netanyahu arrested?
Absolutely not. It is utterly ridiculous for the mayor of New York City to even suggest that he might have the authority to order the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu or any visiting foreign head of state. First of all, the mayor of New York City has zero law enforcement authority. He does not tell the Manhattan DA, the NYPD, who to arrest, who to indict. Second of all, this warrant that we're talking about here was issued by the ICC, the International Criminal Court, which we are not signatories to here in the United States. So that warrant issued by the ICC has zero legal effect here in the United States. In fact, we have a federal law here in the U.S. passed 24 years ago that says, if necessary, the president can send military troops to pull our people and our allies out of the ICC. So that warrant has zero impact. And third and finally, Brianna, the Constitution is quite clear that the conduct of foreign diplomacy, foreign affairs is entirely up to the federal government. It's certainly not up to local and county governments in New York City or elsewhere. So I know the mayor's having his best lawyers look at this right now. Let me save them some time. You do not have the authority to do this.
All right, Ellie, very clear on that.
Ellie, I think, yeah, Brianna, I think it could have taken him that took Ellie about 5 seconds probably to look that up.
Well, we needed Ellie's opinion on that.
It's a joke.
Well, Ellie, thank you for letting me borrow you to answer that all important question.
Now, family, and yeah, I heard about the Act Blue situation. If you're talking about them raising $500 million, yeah, I heard about that situation as well. I want to go here.
Former New York City Mayor Eric Adams is here. Mayor Adams, good to see you. Thank you very much for joining us again.
Thank you.
It's nice to have you on. I want to hold that thought for a moment and just get your quick reaction to what happened at the 26th Federal Building downtown at this explosion this morning.
Yeah, it's still under review investigation, and I'm going to allow the police department to look into it as well as any of our partners. I'm pretty sure the federal authorities also will be part of it.
All right.
Now, that's a whole nother situation. Somebody went and tried to, I don't even want to say it was a bomb, but it was something that looked like a very explosive type firework, right? Somebody poured gasoline on the floor, and with the gasoline, there were certain devices within the gasoline. Then he lit it, went running off, and then the fire took place. After the fire started, then the fire set off those devices. However, the reason why I'm saying I don't believe that they were like dynamite or anything like that is because the side of the building was still there. It was a large visual explosion, but it didn't do much damage. And that's why I'm thinking it was not like, a stick of dynamite or anything like that. Also, there was rarely anybody, I won't say rarely, but there was hardly anybody injured during the situation. I think it was like 3 people who got injured. One of them was a bystander. The other ones were officers who were working there. However, none of them were seriously injured. So, like I said, I don't know what this situation is. It could be, and I'm, in my humble opinion, it could be staged because, like I said, if you're using gas and then you're using like fireworks that really don't do any damage to the building, what was the whole point of it? And I don't put nothing past, god dang, the Democrats in the very same way I don't put nothing past the Republicans. This could be a Republican ploy in order for Donald Trump to, I don't know, get people on his side about getting these folks up out of here even quicker. I don't know, but I'm gonna be honest with you. It could be real. It could be staged. Just the way that I see it, I look at these things from a perspective of, okay, if they were trying to destroy partial of the building or trying to cause some ruckus, why wouldn't they actually make a device that would actually do some real damage? So I keep my eyes open for things like that as well, family. But let's let Mayor Eric Adams continue because he's going to speak about our former Mayor Eric Adams. He's going to speak about Mamdani, which makes me believe that he might just go ahead and be given the rub by Donald Trump to run for mayor in case anything happens. I think that Mamdani might just get recalled at some point. But if not, then I think that Eric Adams is going to end up running for mayor again. But this time he's going to run as a Republican. This is just my thoughts on the situation, but let's continue.
We'll get back around to that in just a moment. But with regard to this suggestion that he'll use whatever legal means are available to him to arrest Netanyahu if he comes to the UN, what's your reaction to that?
Well, first of all, it doesn't take Corporation Counsel weeks and months to tell him he has no legal means. He knows that. And did he speak with the police commissioner? Because who's going to actually do the arrest? Or is he in partnership with the federal authorities? And so we have to think about how this rhetoric is, first of all, is bad to do, but it's also dangerous for Americans abroad. You know, since being out of office, I've traveled to different countries. You cannot send a signal that right here in America, we're not going to respect a sovereign leader of a country, and you're going to talk about as a local mayor arresting the individual. This is just bad to even put that statement out.
You know, over the course of the last couple of decades, I've heard people say that they don't think that the Iranian president should be allowed to speak at the UN. But time in and time out, the Iranian president comes. In fact, last time he was here, Pezeshkian, I interviewed him, and he spoke at the UN. I don't hear, 4 months later, the Iranian government slaughtered tens of thousands of people in the street. I don't hear Mayor Mamdani suggesting that he shouldn't come.
No, and you're right. And it's selective morality. You did not hear the same people who marching out the streets on thousands during the Gaza.
Exactly, Gigi. I forgot all about that part. The dude had a damn pellet gun as well. So after he set off the situation and people came out to deal with it, this damn idiot started shooting the pellet gun. That's how some people got injured. And that's why it wasn't major injuries. It's because they got hit with the pellets. Oh man, that was just, it's just weird to me. Like this, it just seems so unserious. You know what I mean? And where the hell did he get a bucket of gas? Because that's what he pulled up with. He pulled up with a bucket of gas. And nobody seen no issue with this man just carrying a bucket. Nobody smelt gas. Nobody, nothing. That's why I said a lot of these things, I be looking at 100% fold like, okay, is this real? Or is this just another piece of propaganda? But let's continue.
Actions. You did not hear the words when soccer players, girls were being threatened with death, when innocent people were being murdered in Iran. So it's not really about addressing the issues that are important. And so,
what's it about for Mayor Mamdani?
I think the level of creating an environment for Jewish New Yorkers, continuing to raise the heat on Jewish New Yorkers, is I think that's one of the principles of the DSA, the attacks on Israel, our only strong partner that we have. They're not calling death to Americans. They're not.
Shout out to our brother Zavon Scott. Is it the UN considered sovereign or a neutral territory? It is. It is sovereign territory, right? And just like Washington, D.C. So the fact that Mamdani is even having these conversations, like I said, it's all political theater. It's all political theater. Shout out to you, my warrior brother, for that question there.
Calling for the destruction for our way of life. I think that that's the rhetoric that's coming out of DSA and City Hall at this time.
You're a lifelong Democrat. You ran as an independent when things shifted in the mayor's race. Hunter Biden speaking out, he sees a lot of leadership qualities in Mayor Mamdani. Watch this.
People like Zoran Mamdani, and they go, oh my God, it's the end of the Democratic Party.
Hunter? You pull out Hunter? Hunter has come out and made his presence known? Hunter? Mr. Find Me in the Motel with crack pipes? Hunter? Mr. Let me beat up a junkie so that I can get my crack back? Hunter? This is who y'all bring out from Mamdani? Hunter? The man who made it possible for us to not know who the hell's cocaine it was in the White House? The cocaine was there. Hunter? Hunter. The man that was doing crack with his brother's wife, knocking her drawers back. Hunter? Hunter. Y'all couldn't bring out Barron or nobody. You brought out Hunter. Well, Barron, that's Trump's child, but still, you know, and then Joe Biden's other son is gone. So, yeah, you couldn't bring anybody else out? I'm still, come on. Exactly. Shout out to my brother still, Kevin Trees in the building. Mr. Rock and Roll. Mister, come on, baby. My brother's dead. You know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and hit this hotel up and go ahead and put this rock in the goddamn pipe. And you know what I'm saying? And after that, I'm going to give you the goddamn pipe. You talking about that guy? Oh, wow. These folks are desperate. These folks are desperate. Wasn't the man burning her with the crack pipe and stuff like that? Maybe I imagined that. But god dang it, meth out Hunter? Come on. It's like these people want people to hate their guts. Oh, man. Party all the time, Hunter? Come on.
I look at Zoran Mondani and I go, there's a leader.
I completely agree.
Every single thing that they talked about, it was, people are going to flee the city and they're going to go.
Hunter. Ladies and gentlemen, Hunter Biden. Mr. I Want to Rock Right Now is trying to tell us who exhibits good leadership skills make sense. The math isn't mathing. Why should I trust you when it comes down to leadership when you was being led by The Rock? And I'm not talking about Dwayne. Why should I listen to anything that you have to say about anything when your leader was quite literally The Rock? I want to rock right now. Hunter Biden and I came to get down. Now, crack's not internationally known, but it's known to run through my bones because I get stupid. I mean, outrageous. Like this is Hunter. Hunter. Oh, man.
Crazy. And he made promises. And you know what he did? He kept them.
Yeah.
He kept them. He's lowering rent. He's building co-op grocery stores.
So he sees accomplishments, lower rent, building government grocery stores. What do you say to Hunter Biden?
Well, clearly he doesn't have a complete analysis of what's happening on his city. You know, when you have 12 blocks by.
Right. You know what, Damon? Shout out to my brother Damon Reed too. And oddly enough, he want to rock right now, and he's pumping that raw bass. Ain't that some stuff? The irony. The irony.
The Intrepid, where homeless encampments are now starting to spread and grow. He did not lower rent. Just talk to the Mitchell-Lama family members that witnessed almost a 30% increase. There are no free buses. So I'm not sure what issues Hunter Biden is talking about, but I would ask him to come walk with me down and see by the Intrepid of what our city is turning.
I asked the DSA co-chair about that encampment the other day, and his answer was, oh, those have always been there. What do you think?
Well, I know what I did as mayor, and 14 people did not die on the street of the city of New York during a storm. And you know, and everyone knows that we did not tolerate encampments on our streets, and we must do more to make sure we don't go backwards. And so if they want to be dismissive or they want to have their advocates that don't fully understand what is taking place, that is up to them. But New Yorkers are going to see the difference.
Mayor Adams, we always appreciate you coming by, and we hope we can continue the conversation.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
Good
you.
to have you with us today.
Thank you.
A B1 salute to our sister Sweet Butters for not one, not two, but 3 flowers, my sister Queen. Thank you very much for your gifts. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior sister family. Oh, man, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. You know, Eric Adams is trying his hardest to get his foot back in that door. And he's going to use the Republican Party to do so. I can guarantee it. Hunter Biden. Hunter damn Biden. Anyway, so with all the backlash, New Crack City. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Oh my God. That is golden. I love it. New Crack City with a new crack mayor. Oh man. That's why he supports Mandani. Mandani's going to keep the crack flowing. So Mandani had to come out and kind of backtrack because, you know, people was calling him out on his bull crap. Let's go here.
I was reading your interview over the weekend and wanted to ask you more about your conversations with the your legal department about potentially arresting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I just want to know just what your feelings are when you look at, for example, your administration also reaching out to the Prime Minister of, the Ambassador of Iran, just how you, I guess, reconcile the two of being so critical of the Israeli Prime Minister, but at the same time meeting with the Ambassador of Iran.
So I want to first clear up a few things. Our administration did not reach out to the Prime Minister of Iran. Our administration received a request from the Iranian consulate. And as soon as I heard of that, I made it clear that we are not meeting and we will not meet with the Israeli consulate here in New York City. And when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu, we're speaking about someone who's the subject of an international criminal court arrest warrant. And he's the subject of this arrest warrant for alleged crimes against humanity, for war crimes, and he's the architect of the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza as Israel's prime minister. These are not facts of my personal assessment, they are facts of public record. And I believe that when someone is charged with an international criminal court warrant, it's something that should be taken seriously, whether it's Benjamin Netanyahu or it's Vladimir Putin or whomever else. What I've also made clear is that my administration will follow all applicable local laws. That is our commitment. That is something that we will follow through on when it comes to an adherence to local law. And that's all I have to add on that.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to Heather from News 12.
Are you looking at arresting anybody else on that list of people who've committed international war crimes?
My point is that if someone is charged with a warrant by the International Criminal Court for these kinds of crimes, that's something I believe that should be honored. And I've also said that we will follow our local laws.
Thank you. Last question.
All right. So Mandani had to walk it back. Mandani, you have to go ahead and moonwalk that back. Family, if you ain't done so yet, let me go ahead and have you hit that like button for Hunter. I want to rock you, Biden. I want to rock with you, baby, all night long, Biden. I want to roll with you, baby. Oh man, hit that like button. Shout out to our sister Miss TT. Thank you for your gift, my sister. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior sister. And shout out to our sister Yo Queen in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. I appreciate your contribution as always as well. Yeah, go ahead, hit that like button for Mr. I Wanna Rock With You. God dang it, that's gonna be his theme song every time he see a lady. Gonna go ahead and throw on some Alicia Keys. I just wanna rock you all night long. Oh, I wanna rock with you, baby. I wanna roll with you, baby. Hit the motel, lady. But you got to bring your own pipe. You know, let's move forward, family. Let's move forward. Now, let's get into some of the real meat and potatoes here. Let's get into some of the meat and the real potatoes here. Kristen Clark. And for those who don't know who Kristen Clark is, shout out to our sister Angelic in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here. As always, it is a pleasure. Now, For those who don't know who Kristen Clark is, not to be confused with Caitlin Clark, even though they're both mediocre white women. Kristen Clark is the House Whip of the Democratic Party. And Kristen Clark has had a taste of old church because when she came down with Senator Boris and she came down with Ron Reynolds, she came down with Sheila Jackson Flee and the Congresswoman, I forget her name, but she's irrelevant. I told them all to their faces that if they did not bring forth real policy, reparations, a hate crime bill, something like that, to us, they would lose the 2024 election. I told them this right before Sheila Jackson Lee croaked. I said this to all of them. And I looked dead in the eyes of Kristen Clark when I was doing it. And I said it very, very, very clearly. You guys are going to lose. Now, whether Kristen remembers that or not, I got the footage to prove it, but that's neither here nor there. I want you to see what these people are doing. Because instead of going out there and actually trying to put together some real policy for foundational Black Americans, their only real constituency group, they're out here pushing more nonsense just to make sure the illegals can stay longer. Let's go here.
Discharge petition, every single member of the House is going to tell us where they stand. Do you stand for the most basic values of our republic? Do you believe that our neighbors deserve dignity and safety? Do you believe that kids should be free to live their lives in the only country they've ever known? Do you believe in a policy of common sense? Or do you believe in a policy of mindless cruelty?
This woman got her damn nerve to talk about a policy of common sense when you guys are shutting down the government in order to make sure people who aren't supposed to be here, people who aren't supposed to be voting, get access to the voting booths and access to other areas that's supposed to be only for Americans. You're shutting down the government to make sure illegals are able to extend getting medical care. Shout out to our sister Angelic, because this is all it translates to. Our neighbors. Translation, illegals. Anytime you hear them say our neighbors, just go ahead and replace that with illegals. And I agree with you, Aquarius. When it comes to these children, they can go home with their parents. If this is all they ever known, that ain't got nothing to do with us. That's your parents' fault. So now your parents got to reintroduce you to their culture. Let's continue.
I know where I stand. I know where House Democrats stand, and I know where the American people stand. It's on the side of justice. It's on the side of decency. It's on the side of our neighbors. So
No, it isn't. Especially foundational Black Americans. We're not standing on the side of a bunch of damn illegals. And we're not standing on the side of people who are pushing these people as if they're the best thing since sliced bread. No. If that's what you want to do, fine. Double down on your stupidity. But you're not going to pull us into supporting your stupidity at all. Not whatsoever.
Going to sign this discharge petition for the 88,000 Dreamers and TPS holders who call Massachusetts home. And for the Democrats are going to keep this fight going until we secure the future for all of these Americans once and for all. With this discharge.
Now, family, I want you to understand her mindset. Let's go here.
Go across this country and everywhere I go across this country and certainly home in Massachusetts, I hear that families are struggling to afford the care they need. They deserve to be able to have childcare they can afford, care for seniors in their lives or someone who is disabled. Providers deserve a fair wage that they can raise their families on, and everyone deserves guaranteed paid leave. I am so proud to work with the Care Can't Wait Coalition on building solutions, because that's what the American people want. They want us to come together and make a difference in their lives. Care should be affordable, available where you live, and a quality worthy of your loved ones. That's quality worthy of you.
Family, do you notice something in this picture? Do you notice something about this picture? Do you notice something about this picture? All these Nabisco women and people who are Nabisco adjacent. Nabisco adjacent. Family, I want y'all to understand that this woman, she's one of the most powerful people in the Democratic Party at this time. I want you to understand that these people control the conversation, what gets brought to the floor, what bills to push. That comes from the House Bull or the House Whip. And if you remember, Jim Clyburn was the House Whip for 12 years. For 12 years, Jim Clyburn, Jim Stephen from Django Clyburn, was the House Bull, the House Whip for 12 damn years. Now, what relevance does that have? Let's go here. The House Majority Whip is the third highest ranking position in the majority party's leadership structure, making it one of the most powerful roles in Congress. Core powers and responsibility, enforcing party discipline. The primary job is to track and secure votes for the party's legislative agenda. The whip count. The whip manages a team of deputy whips who survey members, who survey members to forecast exactly how many votes a bill has before it hits the floor. Negotiating and deal making. If a bill lacks votes, the whip uses political leverage, committee assignments, and policy tweaks to convince undecided members. Let me read that one more again. If a bill lacks votes, the whip used political leverage, committee assignments, and policy tweaks to convince undecided members. Setting the floor agenda. The whip works directly with the speaker and majority leader to decide which bills move forward and which are held back. The whip works directly with the speaker, majority, and majority leader to decide which bills move forward and which are held back. The whip works directly with the speaker and the majority leader to decide which bills move forward and which are held back. All the 12 years that James Clyburn was sitting in this position and he did absolutely nothing for foundational Black Americans, family, you see that he could have, in the very same way that Christian Clark is doing. In the very same way that Christian Clark is doing. So when Kristen Clark comes out with this as her agenda, oh, that's the Democratic Party's agenda. The American Dream and Promise Act. She is speaking for the Democratic Party. She is speaking on what she's going to push. She is speaking on what her and the majority leader, the House whip, they sat down and discussed. This is what we're going to be pushing. Yeah, family, like I said, these folks do not give a damn. They're just doubling down on stupid. Let's go here. Notice more liberal Nabiscos. You got your liberal Nabisco and your liberal Nabiscos. Shout out to only us in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here, family.
Here at the Capitol with Rep. Sylvia Garcia, and we're going to introduce the American Dream and Promise Act.
The bill is simple. It's to make sure that all our dreamers have a pathway to citizenship. They came here as children through no fault of their own. They deserve.
Why is that my problem? And why is that my responsibility? Their parents chose to break the law and bring their children along with them. So their parents can be deported and take their children along with them. It's that simple. It is that plain. They're acting as if we have some sort of responsibility to these children as if they're ours. And yet they have no real responsibility to our children. These folks ain't out here pushing for a hate crime bill. These folks ain't out here talking about Cyrus Belton. They wasn't talking about Carmelo until it benefited them. And they wouldn't have been talking about Nolan if it wasn't put on their radar. If he wasn't already unalived. And they saw that they could use this for their midterms. Damn, Iron? He said that lady's only 45. Oh, damn. Damn, you're talking about both of them, huh? This woman is 45. And this woman is 21. This is ridiculous. Exactly. And why should we care? Let them go back home and dream. Hey, let them dream in their own comfortable bed. Why are you in my bedroom trying to dream? Don't dream in my bedroom. You go home and dream. Don't go to sleep in my bedroom. You go home and sleep.
A pathway to citizenship. Over 70% of Americans agree. They love dreamers. They see no reason why kids who came here now should be sent back to their home countries. So today, it's an exciting day. We have
family. Where are they getting these numbers? Where are they getting these numbers? 70% of Americans agree that dreamers shouldn't have to go back home. What the hell are you talking about? If that was the case, then Donald Trump would have lost instead of winning on overwhelmingly deportating these non-citizens. That was his platform. So how all of a sudden 70% of American citizens, when 70% of the American citizens didn't vote against it, they voted for it. I'm telling you, these people will lie to you as long as you let them.
Have almost 200 members of Congress that are supporting this bill. We're excited. We're going to get it done.
Dreamers, I know you're feeling hopeless right now, but Sylvia Garcia has over 200 members of Congress on a bipartisan bill talking about Dreamers in DACA. We are working behind the scenes for you tirelessly.
Today we filed the bill here in Congress in the House. That's the first step.
They're working behind the scenes tirelessly for a bunch of non-citizens. Make that make sense. Make it make sense. People that American citizens put into office is behind the scenes working tirelessly, for a bunch of non-American citizens. Not working to make things more affordable for the American citizen. Not working to bring back jobs to make sure the American citizen is set. Not making sure that gas prices are going down, things like that. Nah. They're working tirelessly to protect a bunch of illegals, non-citizens, from getting deported, from being harassed at the polls. This is what they're working tirelessly about. Exactly. That's what caused them to lose the election. But they don't want to listen to us. They don't want to come hat in hand. They don't want to humble themselves. They don't want to say, you know what, foundational Black Americans, you are right. We have taken your vote for granted. And this is our 10-point plan for foundational Black Americans. No. They rather double down on stupid and work tirelessly in order to protect a bunch of people that didn't put them there to begin with. Continue.
Then we got to get it passed, and of course it would go on to the Senate. If it passes there, then it would go on to the president. So it's a big first step, and we're not giving up. We will keep fighting until we make sure we get this Dream and Promise Act passed and that Dreamers have a home here that they can stay. So again, we keep working, we keep fighting for you, and we will not give up.
Hey guys, I'm here at the Capitol with Rep. Sylvia Garcia.
Let's go here. Because the Republicans got their rhinos' hands in this too. Don't think that this is just the Democrats. Nah, the Republicans got their hand in this too. Let's go here.
Representatives that is joining this initiative. But why am I doing? Because I may be one of the few Republicans on the House of Representatives that is joining this initiative. But why am I doing? Because this is the right thing to do for the United States, for the country. This is good for America, not for Democrats, not for Republicans. So it's very simple. The DREAM Act is for the kids. Those children came when they didn't even know what they were doing. Most of them, and some of them, do not speak Spanish. I speak better Spanish than they do. They do not have an accent. I do. There are more Americans probably than I was, who was born and raised in the United States. And that's why I'm here joining my colleagues on the Democratic side and asking my political party, the Republican Party, to also be a leader on this topic. Because we all know that immigration is a toxic topic. Don't we know it?
Okay, my sister, I see you out there. Let me go ahead and get us some Amazing Grace.
But we need to fix it. And there's the only way in that building is where this is going to get fixed. For that reason, I'm here with you. I'm joining you. I am signing, not happily, but I know that this is the way that we're sending the message to our Republican Party, who should be leading on this topic because we have the majority in Congress and in the Senate, to have put forth some type of resolution, not only for the kids, but for the parents, also for the parents. I've been telling my administration, the White House, my leadership, Mike Johnson, that it's time for the Republicans, and I'm sorry, to lead on this. I introduced the Dignity Act, which not only takes care of the Dreamers and the DACA kids, but the parents. So why don't we give them dignity? Let them stay, those who do not have a criminal record. Let them continue contributing to the #1 economy in the world so we can continue being the #1 military in the world. We don't have the economy, we don't have the guns, and we cannot defend ourselves. And on top of that, the TPS. TPS, I have hundreds of thousands of people who have TPS in my district number 27, Miami, Florida, who are begging because they want to continue working. And those employers need them to continue working. Healthcare, manufacturing, construction, hospitality. They came in legally. They have been here legally. Why don't we just give them a possibility of staying? Maybe not citizenship, so they can continue contributing to the economy. So that's why I'm here. This is the right thing to do. Probably not the politically savvy thing to do, but if it's good for America, it's good for Maria. I may be.
If it's good for America, it's good for Maria. This is your Republican speaking, family. Like I said, this is a nonpartisan issue. Y'all just don't understand it. Well, not y'all, but I mean people outside of this classroom here. A lot of folks outside of here don't understand this is a nonpartisan issue. These folks are getting together, trying to make it possible for all of these folks that are here to get mass amnesty. All these folks, they're about to find out quick, fast, in a hurry. Even if you pass all those things, Trump ain't signing none of that. Shout out to our sister Aquarius Minded. She said Amazing Grace won't help her church. No, Amazing Grace won't help none of them. No. Let me just go ahead and make sure people understand that no matter how amazing your grace is, there is not a grace more amazing than the Most High. And the Most High said it's time for you to return home. It is time for you to go. Oh, It's time to return to the lands in which your ancestors lived and bled and died. And it's time for you to go and raise it up. And you need to take your children back there so your children can learn about their culture, don't you know? And it's one of those times where your children can be glad to be, proud to be whatever the hell you are. If you're Mexican, they can be proud to be Mexican. If you're Brazilian, they can be proud to be Brazilian. If you're African, they can be proud to be African because they can be proud in their own damn homeland. Oh! Ain't no amount of amazing grace gonna stop that. Nah, the Most High said it's time for your children to really be proud. Not proud by proxy. No, you're gonna have to be proud at home. And if you can be proud at home, then that is real pride. That is something you want to teach your children, not to be in another person's land waving your flag that you're supposed to be, quote unquote, so proud about. No, the only way your children can really have pride in who they are and pride in who they came from is if who they came from go back to where they came from. And if you can do that, maybe you can save your next generation. Otherwise, you're just trying to raise a bunch of fleers who don't want to go back to which they fled from. But that's okay. You don't have to go back to where you fled from. You just got to get the hell up out of here. You can go to Africa. You can go to Jamaica. You can go to the Philippines. You can go anywhere you want. You ain't got to go home. You just got to get the hell up out of here. Shout out to Zavon Scott. Yes, be proud of the red, the white, and the green at your home. At your home, your country. Shout out. Absolutely. Now, I want to go here because they try to tug on your heartstrings. And we like, damn those heartstrings.
My mom is a DACA recipient and her DACA expires tomorrow. She's on the verge of losing her job. My mom wrote a letter for all of you.
Oh, say that again.
My mom is a DACA recipient and her DACA expires tomorrow. She's on the verge of losing her job. My mom wrote a letter for all of you.
One more time. Just one more time.
My mom is a DACA recipient and her DACA expires tomorrow. She's on the verge of losing her job. My mom wrote a letter for all of you. I came to the United States when I was 8 years old.
Oh, man. I just love to hear it. Let's one more time.
My mom is a DACA recipient and her DACA expires tomorrow. She's on the verge of losing her job. My mom wrote a letter for all of you. I came to the United My mom is losing her job. My mom wrote My mom is a DACA recipient and her DACA expires tomorrow.
I see you whispering about me. You think I ain't listen. Watch and see. Got my funk, got my groove. Got me getting even tonight. We gon' party. Hey season. You thought I let it slide, but I'm petty and proud. Flexing on the dance floor, showing out in the crowd. Feeling so fancy, got my stinger ready. Watch out, y'all, it's time to get petty. Watch out, get petty, don't you fret it. Gonna serve it up, nice and sweaty. Keep it funky, keep it steady. Hey, you, it's time to get petty.
Oh, in the words of my good brother A.O., all shucky ducky quack quack, it didn't hit the fan. Mama's TPS is ending, the DACA's ending, and it's all hitting the fan. And she's about to lose her job. Oh, you were about to lose your job. Get this dance. You were about to lose your job. You were about to lose your job. I love it. Continue.
She's on the verge of losing her job. My mom wrote a letter for all of you. I came to the United States when I was 8 years old. My parents taught me the importance of honesty, hard work, and always doing what is right. Like millions of immigrant families, we came to America pursuing the promise of the American dream.
Little girl, you said that your mother instilled in you to always do what's right while breaking the law in a land that she's not supposed to be in. So she's telling you to do what's right while being a criminal who didn't do what's right. And now you're trying to get me to cry for a person who told you to always do what's right while doing wrong. Make it make sense. Do I have that correct? Did I assess that correctly? If she taught you to always do what's right, then y'all should be proud to be going home. That's what's right. She brought you here, and she could take you back. That's what's right.
DACA transformed lives, including mine. It allowed us to work.
Did she say DACA transformed her life? I would have thought it was a triple cheeseburger that she ate a couple of hours ago. I think that transformed her life tremendously. I think it was the big old monster burritos that she's been eating that turned her back the way that it transformed her back in her neck the way it did. I mean, I can see how that transformed your life. I can see how eating a whole tub of vanilla bean ice cream has changed your life. I know, I can see how eating a 5-foot pot of menudo has changed your life. I'm just saying. This woman looked like she's been storing food in her cheeks for the winter. This woman looks like she's going into full hibernation. Yellow is not her color. She looks like somebody brought the sun down to earth. I'm just saying, man, what is going on here? Who are these people? Oh, man, let's continue.
To study, to support our family, and to show up even more fully in our community that we have always called home.
It's beginning 14 years.
Oh, you ain't right, Ayo. He said she looked like a pitcher of lemonade. In the Kool-Aid jar, like in a Kool-Aid pitcher. Oh, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. No shape whatsoever. Just the long, and not the one like the Kool-Aid guy. She got the long pitcher, right? It's just wide and long. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's continue, family. Let me give a B1 salute To our sister Sweet Butters once again for your gift. Your donation is blessed tenfold. I appreciate your contributions as always, family, as well as our sister Miss TT for both of your gifts. Much love to you and thank you for your donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold. I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior sister. Oh, wow. Yeah, family, that's just a picture of lemonade. If I ain't never seen one.
DACA has provided mountains of evidence. And that is this, that if we want to use immigration policy to help workers, then what we should do is just that, help workers. DACA
Immigration policies aren't to help workers. As a matter of fact, as of late, all those immigration policies have hurt workers. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. Back to the little girl.
Recipients are teachers, nurses, analysts, engineers, healthcare workers, first responders, small business owners. We contribute to our community.
So you guys should be able to thrive back home then. Oh no, run it back. I'm glad.
Analysts.
Then what we should do is just that, help workers.
DACA recipients are teachers, nurses, analysts, engineers, healthcare workers, first responders, small business owners. We contribute to our
and all of those DACA workers who's working in those professions can now go back home to your homeland and help build your homeland up better than it ever has been before, because they're doctors, lawyers, teachers, first responders, all that, right? Good. So now they can take all of the qualities and all of the things that they learned here in America, and they can take it back home and make wherever it is you from great. So that you guys don't have to run over here.
Community, strengthen our
and hold up. This little girl got a septum ring. This little girl got a septum ring. So not only do you have the Democrats on the Democratic nonsense, and they got illegals coming and trying to talk to us about their status here in America that I don't give a damn about, but now you done got the bullhorn ring in the nose, septum theory all over again. Continue.
Communities and help our nation prosper. We are raising families, purchasing homes, pursuing careers, and investing in the future of this country.
All things you should not be able to do as a non-citizen. Should no non-citizen of America be able to purchase homes when the citizens can't? There should be no allowance of it. If that's Free Willy, I'm surprised because, you know, she actually fit on the screen less than he did. So, you know what I mean? Maybe that's just a beluga whale. Nope, that's not. That's too small. Maybe that's a blue whale. She barely fits on the screen.
Today, our movement is face to face with the reality that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke about nearly.
Nigga, please.
Did you take a stupid pill with your breakfast this morning, Admiral?
Excuse me, big back. Hold up. Run that back.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
This country.
Today, our movement is face to face with the reality that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke about nearly 60 years ago.
Family, this is why I will always have smoke for President Obama. And this is why I got smoke with the Democratic Party. You ain't going to be disrespecting Dr. Martin Luther King's legacy by trying to give our legacy to no goddamn illegals. We're the damn dreamers, the real dreamers, the real people in which Dr. Martin Luther King spoke about, who quite literally told us in this campaign, we're going to get our check. He wasn't talking about no damn DACAs. He wasn't talking about no damn illegals. He was talking about foundational Black Americans. And why don't they ever bring up people from their community? Why don't you bring up Felix? No, hold on. Hold on. No. Why don't they ever bring up Felix? Why are you always talking about Martin Luther King when your folks did not want to, quote, let the Negro fight his own battles? His problem are not mine. I don't want to ally with him. Why are you not? Why are you not? Why are you not bringing up Felix whenever you want to bring up a historical figure? Don't bring up Martin Luther King. Bring up this Felix guy. But you won't do it because it goes against the freaking narrative that you Democrats have pushed out about this black and brown bullshit unity, while erasing the true purpose of who King was and who his legacy is left to. And y'all wonder why we're not stomping down for you goddamn bean burrito illegals.
One America that's guarded and shaped for those in the highest seats of power and the ultra wealthy, where access to healthcare, education, housing, belonging is a right that everyone is able to access in that America.
Notice what she said. It's a right to everyone who's able to access it in America. No, it is not a right for anybody who can access it. It is a right for American citizens. It is an American citizen right. Not anybody. Not everybody. Not every Tom, Dick, Harry, Juan, John, or anybody else.
Here today because not just DACA recipients, not just dreamers, the entire immigrant community across the country is under attack.
I am very proud to say that the 65 unions of the AFL-CIO from every state and every territory in the country reaffirmed our commitment that the fight for immigrant justice is a core priority of the labor movement. Immigrant rights are workers' rights. We're not leaving anybody behind.
As long as
immigrant rights are not workers' rights. What the hell are you talking about? These people are quite literally telling you that these people are coming here to replace American grown workers. And they're saying it with full conviction. They're not hiding it. They saying it with no reservation whatsoever.
I'm here. I'm going to keep fighting in that building right there until we pass the DREAM Act and make immigration better for everybody.
For everybody, they're talking about immigrants, illegals. I said if you're anti-ICE, you're anti-black. And I'm not anti either one. I am pro-ICE. I am pro-black. I am pro-black ICE. And you see why.
14 years of struggle, 14 years of resistance, 14 years of organizing. Are you ready to give up?
No!
Are you ready to keep fighting? Are you ready to keep fighting?
This woman looks like the fat Buddha. Not the original Buddha. She looks like who they turned Buddha into.
We demand in this moment citizenship for all.
Do you hear how stupid these people sound? You're not in a position to make demands, and especially to a government that you do not belong to. We demand citizenship for all. Hell no. Hell no. Shout out to Kelly Goodman. 8 cheeseburgers wasn't enough. Was enough. That's what she looks like. Shout out to you, my sister. Thank you for that. Now, let me pull this down for a hot second because I want to pull this up here because, like I said, this ain't the only goddamn folks who are pushing for this. Let's go here. The Republicans are pushing for the same type of mass amnesty bill for farm workers.
All right, guys, I don't know if you've heard by now, but we have 50 House of Representative Republicans that are pushing a bill to grant mass amnesty to illegal alien farm workers. And my congresswoman in the 1st District of Iowa, Marionette Miller Meeks, is one of those congressmen that are voting for this. That means that millions of illegal aliens who are here unlawfully present in the United States of America will avoid punishment and be allowed to stay here and work permanently. I do not support that. I don't support that, and I don't think that most Republicans support that.
Brad is mad as hell. Brad is mad as hell. His eyes are turning bloodshot. This man's face is red. His neck is red. This is a real redneck.
Now, you might be an old guard Republican. You might support that. I don't support that. As a voter, I definitely do not want my representative out there voting for a bill with mass amnesty. It's called the Securing Agriculture's Workforce Act of 2026. As if we can't go out there and get some Americans to do that work. I do not support this. I will read for you some of the people on this list. Georgia, Rick Allen. Nebraska, Don Bacon. Indiana, James Baird. Oregon, Cliff Bentz. Illinois, Mike Boast. Minnesota, Troy Downing. Chuck Edwards, North Carolina. Gabe Evans, Colorado. Julie Federchak, North Dakota. Randy Feenstra, Iowa. What's going on, Randy Feenstra? Look, I know we have a lot of farmland here, but are you really just going to give mass amnesty to those people to let them stay working it when our president is actively trying to get rid of that so that we can actually maybe get some people back into those fields? Brad Finstead, Minnesota. Michelle Fishback, Minnesota. Mike Flood, Nebraska. Brian Jack, Georgia. I'm not going to read all of them, but I'm going to go through some of them. Mark Messner, Indiana. Daniel Mauser, Pennsylvania. Marionette Miller Meek. So that means that 2 of our representatives, Feenstra and Meeks, are both voting for mass amnesty. Do you agree with that as a voter? I don't agree with that. And this is exactly why normal, everyday people who work jobs and work businesses and work in the community and understand what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck need to stand up and step up and at least say this, at least speak out. I want you to go look up which Republicans are standing for this amnesty bill. I want you to tag them and I want you to share this. I do not support this, and I don't think you do either.
We hear you talking, Chuck. Oh, man, on one side, you got these people talking crazy about these goddamn illegals and how they're the dreamers and Dr. recognizing Dr. King's dream. And then on the other side, you got the Nabiscos losing their entire shit and becoming very colorful about losing their entire shit as well. I love it. I'm gonna be honest with you. It is hilarious on both sides, to be honest. You know, it's hilarious. Now, just a few more things to go through. I was going to talk to you guys about the DSA, but we'll say the DSA, the anti-ICE situation, and the bye-bye situation for Friday. I think I'll be available. It's a Friday afternoon. So yeah, we'll save those until Friday, but let's get through these last little segments that I have here. There we go. Let me go ahead and pull this up here. This next segment has something to do with Nolan Wells. If you didn't know, they had the funeral for Nolan Wells a little while ago, a couple of days ago. And just like the funeral for Tyree Nichols, just like the funeral for Jesse Jackson, they turned that young man's funeral into a DNC rally. And you can go and watch it if you want to. We're not going to watch it here. But there is something that was very interesting that happened there. Al Sharpton got up there and announced that he was going to be offering up a $50,000 reward for anybody who bring forth information that leads to an arrest and conviction. And then apparently Tyler Perry said, yeah, I'll go ahead and I will match that as well. So it is now $100,000 on the table for somebody to come and bring information that will lead to an arrest and a conviction. I will give a shout out to Tyler Perry for paying for the situation, paying for the funeral. But I'll play this clip and then I'll get into my commentary about why this is nonsense.
I'm not only saying we don't want nothing. I want to say right here now, and I'm inspired by who accused us of that I want to put up from National Action Network and me. I want to offer a reward of $50,000 to anybody I want to put a reward up for $50,000 for anybody that will give the information that will lead to an arrest and a conviction in the case of what happened. He was not on that island by himself. Somebody saw something and know something. So I didn't come to make money. I came to give money. Stand up and tell the truth. I just got a text, Christine and Elmer, you know that Tyler Perry said he would pay for the funeral. He must be watching because he said, I'm going to match you and put up $50,000 more. So we putting up $100,000 for anybody that'll come forward. We just want the truth. That's all.
All right. Let me be very clear about these reward systems. Okay. I want you to be very, very, very clear on this. He made sure to word what he said in the way he worded it for a reason. He said, I'm offering up $50,000 for any information that will lead to an arrest and a conviction. That leads to an arrest and a conviction. That leads to an arrest and a conviction. Now, you have to understand something, family. Just because a person is arrested due to information given to the police doesn't mean that they're going to be convicted. Just because you give information to the popo and it leads to an arrest, it does not mean that it will lead to a conviction, excuse me. And they count on this. That's why they say it in the way that they say it. And let's say it does lead to a conviction. Who's to say that these folks don't say, well, it wasn't your tip that led to the conviction, even though it was. This is how they do things. This is how they make it look like they're getting out in front of the situation. I'm willing to put my own money up type nonsense, because they know ain't nobody talking. These Nabiscos are tight-lipped because guess what? They live in an area. They don't need that damn money. That's number one. And number two, they're going to be on code no matter what anybody has to say. So that $100,000 ain't going to move anybody. Number one. Number two, even if somebody was to come and say, hey, I saw this, this, and this, and somebody got arrested, they still got to be judged by a jury of their peers, quote unquote. And it does not mean that it's going to lead to a conviction. This is all political theater. It is political theater. It's the appearance of standing on business. It's the appearance of doing something. If Al Sharpton wanted to put up $50,000, he would have just put it up and would have gave no glory to himself for putting it up. Something like Tyler Perry did. Tyler Perry paid for the funeral, and shout out to him. I didn't know he paid for the funeral until Al Sharpton said that he paid for the funeral. Tyler Perry ain't running around saying, hey, you know what? I paid for Nolan Wells' funeral, you know what I'm saying? Because this is, no. He just paid for it and he's quiet about it. Then when he heard you talking about 50,000, he's talking about he's going to put another $50,000 to match it. That part right there, for me, that was political theater too. It was good enough for you not to even say nothing in the background. You could have put up another 50,000 and said, don't say my name. So all of this is a goddamn game. It is a show. It is political theater. And earlier today, Mushmouth came out and he brought forth the findings of the independent autopsy. And here were the key findings. The foul play was not ruled out due to the undermined classification. The pathologist explicitly stated he could not rule out foul play or intervening non-accidental factors in the Wells case. He said the study shows that there are no severe injuries. The examination did not find skull fractures, lacerations, or deep tissue injuries, but that's contradictory because it then goes on later on to say that they did find some coloration in the back of the neck and the skull. And that's the next one that we're going to head discoloration. The report noticed that red discoloration in the soft tissues at the back of Wells' head. And then the gap in examination. The independent review faced limitations because certain inner neck structures, like the throat and larynx, were not received with the body. They didn't even send them the throat and the larynx. Additionally, the lungs, airways, and stomach had already been dissected during the state's initial autopsy. So that is the findings. There's supposed to be further investigation. But here are 7 unanswered questions. Number 1, what specific circumstances led to Wells entering the water? Number 2, what exact position was his body? My apologies, family. Got a text message. What exact position was his body in when he was discovered? Number 3, was there any water found in his airways, which would definitely indicate drowning? Number 4, is there evidence of injury to the front of his neck or throat? Number 5, is there any evidence of a brain bleed? Number 6, what was the composition of his stomach content? And number 7, what will the final toxicology report reveal? So this is what was released in the report. Here's the next steps. The official state autopsy results from Mississippi State Medical Examination Office are still pending toxicology reports. Once the Jackson County Sheriff's Office concludes its investigation, the case will automatically be presented to a grand jury, which is standard local procedure for all unnatural deaths. So that's what should be happening next. So that's what's happening in the Nolan Wells case, family. Like I said, there's a lot of political theater going on. There's a lot of political theater going on. Lastly, before we get up out of here, family, I got to pull you all over to Texas for a little bit. Got to pull you all over to Texas for a bit. Because I think, and this is just my thoughts, family. This is just my thoughts. I think, and I'm not saying that it is, but it looks like it. And when it comes to situations, my intuition be on point. I told Donald Trump my TPS broadcast when I brought on my brother, Black Truth United. Shout out to him. on the broadcast to talk about the hate crime map. I spoke about the TPS ending and the situations and the end of the birthright citizenship. When I spoke about that, I said directly to Trump. And my next broadcast, I'll pull it up just so like I have a clip of it. I said, if you really want to hit these folks, hit them in the pockets, starve them out. Make sure you remove their ability to get a TIN number, an ITIN number. Make sure you remove their ability to bank. And that's what they're doing right now. Removing these folks' abilities to bank. But we're going to talk about that further on Friday. Let me bring this here because, like I said, I think that your boy, yeah, we got to talk about Snorlax. I think your boy found him a new sugar daddy to dance for. Yeah, family, let's go here. I think he done found him a new sugar daddy to dance for. Shout out to our good brother, Black Alpha, and the Black Alpha Network for putting this together. Because I think he done found him another sugar daddy to shake his batoon for, his bussy for, he twerking for working. Let's go here. I'll start twerking in a minute. That's Tallarico. That's Tallarico, ladies and gentlemen. That is Tallarico making it rain. I thought you want to start twerking. I thought you want to start twerking. You want to start twerking. Yes, family, this is real. This is not AI. Your eyes do not deceive you. This was Roly Poly Martin at an event. However, he's doing this without doing this at this point in time. I'm just reminding you of what this man loved to do. And now he got Tallarico having him do it for him. I'll start twerking in a minute. That's Tally. That's Tally. I thought you want to start twerking. I thought you want to start twerking. You want to start twerking. Start twerking in a minute. Oh. You seen Roland have to drop it low, girl. Drop it low, girl. Now, you heard Roland in my last few broadcasts, a couple of broadcasts ago, where I played the, when we did Send in the Clowns, when we showed the differences between how they've been speaking about us for the past, 10, 15 years, all the way to what they're sounding like when they're trying to sound like the Black Grassroots now. And they were talking about how Tallarico are going to have to come to them and have some conversations, or they can sit it out. And, well, I guess that worked because Tallarico and Roland got together and did a little broadcast. Oh, we're going to get into this right here, right now. Let's get into it. Let me make sure. All right, let's go.
Democrats have not fared well in these Senate races. The closest they got was Beto O'Rourke against Ted Cruz, where he got within 2.5 points of winning. We see in Texas has the most eligible black voters of any state in the country. We are seeing where Latino voters angry with what has been happening with ICE and other policies that have been trending back towards Democrat. And so, in terms of, so how are you attacking this, knowing full well you have to put together a coalition, a significant black turnout, significant Latino turnout, as well as getting a white turnout, knowing full well that you've had Republicans that have dominated among white voters?
You're exactly right. We have to build a big tent. We have to have a big coalition if we're going to pull this off, if we're going to win Texas. And I've experienced doing this. You know, we talked earlier about how I flipped a Trump district in Williamson County, Texas in 2018. And in our district, we had historic black turnout. We had historic Latino turnout. And we were also able to peel off Republican voters who were feeling left behind by the Republican Party. And we did all those things, and it added up to a 51% coalition, enough to win the seat. And
now let me pause him for a second, because I want to make sure that this is understood and this is clear. Roland Martin has been saying for all these years, he keep on saying what? If you want black turnout, you need to spend money with me. That's what he's been doing. That's what he said a couple of weeks ago. And now here's Tallarico on his goddamn platform. Who else did that? Kamala Harris. So I'm wondering, how much did Tallarico pay you, Roland? And what kind of deal did you guys make? Because we're going to go over to town hall. And I tried to find, for the life of me, I tried to find full versions of the town hall. And every damn full version that I find, it has Roland's goddamn logo on it. So I don't know if Tallarico pulled some deal where Roland was able to broadcast the town hall exclusively or what. But yeah, it seems like these fools are working together. Let's continue.
We're going to do that statewide. We're going to have historic black and brown turnout. We're going to have to make sure that young people are showing up. And we're going to have to compete out in rural Texas, where we may not win every county, but we are at least building our coalition so that we have enough people to win in November. That's going to be the playbook for winning this race in Texas.
Obviously, when it comes to black voters, you ran against Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett in the primary. You beat her in the primary. And look, there's going to have to be work there to get her supporters to back your candidacy. And so what is it?
Jasmine does not have supporters. Jasmine has stand girls that are already a part of the Democratic Party. Supporters would basically mean that you already earned these people. Jasmine didn't earn any of the people who support her. They just come out of the Democratic Party, and because they're a part of these damn sororities and fraternities, they support her due to that. But organic grassroots support, she has none. That's why she lost, because she didn't have any black grassroots support. But Roland wouldn't tell you that. Roland wouldn't say that now, would he? Shout out to our good brother DSB in the building, and our brother Rashad Wallace as well. Much love to the both of you. Shalom, family.
Outreach being? What does it look like? And not only that, just yesterday, I had a Black Men Vote on my show, and they had a survey that was done of more than 1,600 black men between the ages of 18 and 45, and talking about their concerns, their issues, very specifically, talked about that 19-20%, some people giving that black men voted for Donald Trump. And so, what is the message that you are speaking to African Americans in Texas that will get them to not only vote for you, but vote for you in significant numbers?
Yeah, Roland, I saw your little slide of disrespectful hand talking about African American voters. When you said black voters, and now you're saying African American voters, we're talking specifically for foundational black Americans. And notice how he's talking about outreach. He's not talking about policy.
Yeah, this has been our top priority since the primary, is healing the divisions from that race and bringing our coalition back together. And it's my responsibility as the Democratic nominee to earn the trust, earn the respect, earn the votes of every Black Texan. You know, the Democratic Party has a history of taking Black voters for granted, of assuming that Black Texans, Black Americans are going to show up and vote for Democratic candidates. The fastest way to lose any election is to take voters or take communities for granted, to assume that they're just going to support your party or support your candidate. And our campaign is doing the exact opposite. I am out there treating every Black voter as a swing voter. The same is true in the Latino community.
Now, I will sit here and give this to Talarico. What you said is right. I agree with what you said, 100%. But we're going to wait until we get into that little town hall that you just did to see if that's what you really believe. Spoiler alert, it's not. Let's continue.
The same is true with young people. We are, as a campaign, actively showing up, listening to, investing in Black communities. And I've been honored to worship in Black churches across Texas. I've been honored to meet with Black elected officials and Black community leaders across the state. We did a tour of our HBCUs. We held a town hall at Prairie View A&M, and then I was honored to give the commencement address at Paul Quinn College, the oldest HBCU in Texas. And so we've got a lot more work to do, but this is the priority of our campaign at the current moment.
Speaking of that Black men vote poll, economics, entrepreneurship jumps out there in Texas. You had Republicans that got rid of the Texas Hub program. That was actually put in place by Republican Governor George W. Bush. That was highly successful. And Greg Abbott and Dan Patrick, they gutted that. And that's denying economic opportunities for African Americans. In the last year, Biden and Harris, Black African Americans got $10 billion in federal contracts, only 2%. But it was also a record number. Well, under Trump, that's now gone down to 1.2%. And so speak to what your plan is if you were elected to the United States Senate to drive economic opportunities, entrepreneurship opportunities, providing pathways to access to capital for African Americans, because that's the one thing a lot of folks, younger folks, millennials and Gen Z are really focused on, being entrepreneurs, being owners.
That's exactly right. And it's getting so hard to do that. I had a roundtable with Black.
Notice how he said that's what entrepreneurs are concentrating on, being owners, being, business owners. And, that's cool. That's true too. That's a smaller truth. But the larger truth is we're out here talking about reparations in the anti-Black hate crime bill. That is the larger truth. Reparations will give access to capital, to where people can go and start businesses and actually be able to maintain their businesses.
Business leaders in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And I heard directly from Black business owners about the pressures from this new tariff regime that's making it even harder for small business owners. You mentioned the HUB program being eliminated. That has also added extra burdens and denied a lot of young Black entrepreneurs from getting the capital that they need. And so, yes, this is a major concern that I'm hearing across the state. It's something I care a lot about because, as you know, when Black businesses are successful, our Black communities are successful. And they are actively, our current leaders in the state of Texas and nationally are going after our Black businesses. They're also going after HBCUs. Something I heard a lot about at Prairie View A&M was the disparity in funding between HBCUs and institutions with similar percentages of low-income students. And so we are actively preventing young Black Texans from achieving their fullest potential, from giving the gifts that they were created to give. And as an educator, as someone who started his career in public service teaching Black and brown students on the west side of San Antonio, this is deeply personal to me. These are my students that are out there struggling to get a degree or start a business. And our government, our public policies are holding them back. And it's why I think we need a teacher in the U.S. Senate. We need a champion for all Texans, for all of our communities, representing us in the halls of power in D.C.
Now, family, I'm not going to play the rest of this. Because I want to get over here to this town hall here. And if you want to watch the rest of this interview here, I'll put it in the chat. But I want to get over here to this town hall because and the reason why I'm doing it like this is because of the fact he's really going to be answering the same kind of questions. You know, that's how you know all this shit is staged. Excuse my French. That's how you know it's all staged. Even the people in the crowd was placed there. I'm sure there's about 2 or 3 that probably snuck their way in there and got in there that they didn't expect. But most of them, he already knew most of the people at the whole town hall because he says it with his own mouth. He'd dealt with or worked with in some capacity. Let's go here. I want to first let you guys know this was 2.5 hours. Excuse me, 2 hours and 5 minutes, right? The whole first couple of hours, the whole first hour or so, it was really about trying to energize the people to be there. You know, like a cheerleading situation. Let's hear some noise over here. Noise over here. Let's hear some noise over there. It was like that for at least 45 minutes to an hour. Where every speaker or everybody that they brought up, the pastor they brought up, this woman that I'm about to play here, that woman right there who's actually the host, all of them did the same thing. Where's Dallas at? Oh no, come on. I know we're here to make more noise than that. Let's do this. Where is South Dallas at? That's what they were doing the whole damn time. 45 minutes on. And grandstanding. I want to play this first woman, and then we're going to get directly into Tallarico and the questions. Let's go here.
With our first speaker of the night, a leader in public education, State Board of Education, Tiffany Clark.
Hold up. All right, peep out all the talking points from Tiffany here.
Thank you. Good evening, DeSoto! Now, let's try this again. Because y'all didn't show energy a minute ago, but we are here for a town hall. Let's try this again. Is Oak Cliff in the house?
Do you see what I'm saying, family? She was not the only one doing this. Every person that came up before her did the same thing. In the very same way.
Is Pleasant Grove in the house? Is L-Town in the house? That's Lancaster, y'all. What about those neighbors down the street? Is Duncanville in the house? Is Cedar Hill in the house? Is Highland Hills in the house?
Look at these folks behind her. They're looking like, man, shut the fuck up. like these folks, look at how they looking at this woman. Like every time.
Oh, well, I'm here 10 o'clock Sunday morning.
House. Is Highland Hill? Is Cedar down the street? Is Duncanville in the house? Is Cedar Hill in the house? Is Highland Hills in the house? Okay. So y'all are here tonight. So we are here for James Tallarico Town Hall, right? All right, so y'all know public education has been under attack. As you know, the Republicans just passed a Bible-mandated curriculum in the state of Texas. Last time I checked, I don't want Ken Paxton or Greg Abbott teaching me Sunday school lessons.
All of that is irrelevant because it'd be basically unconstitutional. They can't force any type of Bible schools or anything like that unless that is your religious practice. If you go to a religious school, if you go to a school that is quite literally like a Christian school, a Catholic school, a Baptist school, a Muslim school, that's you choosing to go there. You can't go to a public school and then force any type of Bible, Torah, Quran, any of that. It goes against the separation of church and state. But I noticed that she brought it up. Shout out to Black Spider. Is Burger King in the house? If so, let me get 2 large fries. I need 16 Whoppers. Can I get 5 orders of chicken nuggets? And just make sure you throw in some of that honey mustard, don't you know? Exactly, my sister. That's a violation of church and state. Is that Precious? I wouldn't be surprised. She might have, took on a new gig. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue.
Matter of fact, I go to the Friendship West Baptist Church. So you know we're about social justice there. I just want to make sure we're all here for the same reason. I'm a Black woman elected here in Texas.
What was the purpose of saying that? What was the purpose of saying that? Oh, because the Black woman in the situation lost to the man that you're standing on business for right here. I want y'all to pay attention to what this woman got to say, because it's very, very telling and very, very interesting.
A Texas Black woman elected official. And I don't need anyone to tell me who or whose I am. So make sure when you head to that ballot box in November, you check my name too. All right, so we have to figure out how we can really show up for James. I'm challenging you right now to pull out your cell phones, go to James Tallarico website. Y'all not pulling out these phones. This is a real request right now. Pull out those phones. Go to James Tallarico website. And let's just make a $10 donation right now.
How dare you, you big back slimy woman? How dare you? These folks are there and they don't even know if they like Tallarico yet. They're there to figure out if they want to vote for him. And the first thing you do before they even get introduced to him is say, everybody pull out your phones and donate just $10 right now. I'm going to tell you what I tell the Tallarico goddamn commercials that pop up every time I'm watching one of my brothers or sisters in the new Black media, because that's what they do. When it's the new Black media, they give you commercials with dick pills, goddamn Democrat freaking campaign, and goddamn what's that other stuff, or goddamn fake what do they call it? Little AI goddamn video commercials for insurance, or goddamn it telling you if you've been in a car accident, don't hire a lawyer, do this to make a bunch of more money. That's the type of freaking commercials we get on our platforms, on our goddamn videos. So I'm going to tell you, like I told Tallarico when I'm watching one of my brothers and sisters in the new Black media and his commercial pop up asking just for $5. We're working hard to do whatever we need to do to get this campaign going. I'm going to tell you, like I tell to him when I see him, get your ass off my damn screen. It's a hell no for me. And a hell no on top of the hell no, in case somebody said maybe so, there'll be another hell no on top of that. I'm not about to fund you and you refuse to fund us. And let me do this real quick. I'm going to give a spoiler alert on this one. Let's go back to Roland Martin real quick and touch on why I feel like this man is bussy partners, bussy buddies, bussy bed buddies with Tallarico now. I posted this yesterday, 11 a.m. when I first saw it. Roland Martin posted this, and I was not able to download it. I wasn't able to send it to myself or nothing, so I took a screenshot. And it says James Tallarico says his Senate campaign will invest $25 million in Black voter outreach, calling it the largest such investment in Texas political history. I tried to download it and quite literally couldn't download it because, you know, Roly Poly Martin got me blocked. Got me blocked. Oh, yeah, that's another damn commercial that they be playing all the damn time. The GLP-1 shots. Yeah, that should be pissing me off. It's either dick pills, these GLP-1 shots, got dang fake insurance commercials, fake if you got in a car accident commercials, like Blue Chews. Like, this is all they put on our stuff. And I've noticed that. We don't get any of the good type of advertisements. We get all the degenerate advertisements. Shout out to you, my sister, full armor of Yah in the building, my sister Queen. Now I want to show you that, yeah, I wasn't able to download it because quite literally he got me blocked. It wouldn't let me. Oh, it didn't pop up. Oh, there we go. All right. Why you can't share this? This author has blocked you, so you can't perform this action. So I can't even share anything this man says. I got to screenshot everything. I can't respond to him, can't share, can't do none of that. That's how much of a coward this dude is. Mr. I can run the tables with Vicky Diller, Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black. How you gonna run the tables with them and you can't even have a table conversation with me? You can't run the table with me. You can't debunk anything that I've said or say. But you can run the table with Vicky Dillard, Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black. All folks that's been running the table with you for years. And if they wasn't running the table with you, you wouldn't be as mad at them. You wouldn't be calling them out by name. You would just be blocking them in the way that you do me. Notice, the Haitian Snorlax, he don't say my name on his broadcast. Why? Because my audience isn't as big. And if he says my name, he's going to be validating everything I've said about the freaking Haitian Snorlax. And that's why he says people's names like Tariq Nasheed. That's why he said people named like Jason Black. Because he thinks he still has more. He still has more followers, but they are not organic followers. So he's trying to quite literally put himself in the place where he's sitting up high, but he knows damn well he don't have as many organic followers as a Tariq Nasheed, a Vicky Dillard, or a goddamn Jason Black. That's Haitian Snorlax. And I made a response to this after posting this, and I said, Rolanda is licking her chops. She's licking her chops. As a matter of fact, let me just go ahead and pull up. Let me pull this up real quick, family. I'll show you myself real quick. And then we'll get back over to the town hall there. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. All right. So this is my response here. Rolanda is licking his chops right now. If you all didn't notice, James Tallarico has pledged to spend $25 million on Black voter outreach. And you already know old Snorlax can't wait to get a piece of that. And then I had to make sure people remember and understand. Remember, voter outreach is not policy. So saying that you're going to spend $25 million on voter outreach, that does nothing for foundational Black Americans. Absolutely nothing. And furthermore, it wouldn't be you spending $25 million on Black voter outreach. It would be Black Americans spending $25 million on Black voter outreach. That's what this woman just did. She's telling these people to fund this man's campaign without even knowing whether or not they like any of his policy positions. Well, if they were all, actual people who wasn't bussed in, they would have had an issue. Damien, you ain't no damn good. He said Rolando Horlax. And Horlax is nothing but Haitian Snorlax put together. I saw what you did there, buddy. I saw what you did there. Oh, I love that. Shout out to our good brother David Reeves. Let's get back over here, family.
Because running a campaign is hard. Those yard signs cost money. Those t-shirts cost money. To be on the road, gas is high last time I checked.
If he had a platform for foundational Black Americans, you wouldn't have to worry about saying these things to foundational Black Americans, because I could tell you from personal experience, and so can everybody else in the new Black media. When foundationals find value in what you're saying and speaking, they show you they support you. I have never, not once, asked for a donation on this platform. Never. I have the options open for people to do so. And people do so when they find value in what I'm saying and doing. So if I'm on stage trying to earn your vote, I would want to bring you something that's going to be of value so that I can actually get campaign funds from you because you believe in me and the value that I'm going to bring to your community. The fact that you have to explain this quite literally shows me, it is very loud to me, that this man has no real platform for foundational Black Americans. He's just using faces like you who are being paid to be there, who are something similar to Roly Poly Martin, especially in the Snorlax look. He is out here paying people such as you to convince us to get out there and vote. So it's us paying people like you convincing to come out and convince us to get out there and vote for him. Make it make sense. If reparations was truly a part of this man's platform, I guarantee you, you would have so many foundational Black Americans supporting this dude's campaign. It's ridiculous, but it isn't. And that's why you're sitting here having to vocalize these things. Gas last time I checked was expensive. Well, he got the whole nomination from the Democratic Party over Jasmine Crockett, right? That means that the nomination brings forth funds from the Democratic Party. Stop acting like this man is just running off of grassroots support, because he's not. But see, people that are in the old oligarch Black media, they would never say nothing like this. It's only the new Black media that's going to tell you what it is, simple and plain. We're going to point things like this out. Because the fact of the matter is, if he did have a platform, you wouldn't have to sit here and convince us to support his platform. Let's continue.
We need you all to fund this campaign like our lives depend on it. Because it does.
No, it doesn't. His job depends on it. Your job depends on it. Our lives is not at stake here. Gigi, you ain't right for this either. Roland is a mad pregnant man from dirt cookie eating land. I am too amused by that. I am too amused. Y'all ain't nothing. I got y'all the shit and y'all ain't shit at the same time. This is how petty my people get. Y'all be coming with the most hilarious things, and I love it. That's why I say y'all ain't nothing, because y'all be taking me out of my thought process, but it be so goddamn right on point. I can't do nothing but put it on the screen. Oh man, let's continue, family. Shout out to all of you, because y'all be roasting, y'all be toasting, and y'all be doing the most when these folks disrespect. So let's get it in.
So ask yourself, what are we going to do? What are you going to do? How many people are you going to call to make sure they get out and vote for James Talarico? And let's be clear, James isn't a perfect candidate.
What makes you think that I got to call somebody to get votes going for Talarico? Don't you have campaign workers to do all that cold calling? That's what it's called. It's called cold calling. Why would I sit here and cold call for people who won't even address my specific issue when he's asked about my specific issue? If I'm calling anybody, it's to say, hey, I hope you really paying attention to the way these folks are disrespecting you and expecting you to come out and give them your vote. I could do a lot of cold calling about that.
It is, but neither am I. The same way you hold me accountable, you need to hold him accountable when we elect him to the Senate to represent us.
Oh, hold him accountable after he gets to the Senate. Hold Carmella accountable after she becomes president. Hold Joe Biden's accountable after he becomes president. No. We can look at Talarico's record and say, yeah, there ain't nothing there for us. And since there's nothing there for us, nothing you have done for us, we're not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. We're not going to give anybody the benefit of the doubt. We already shut the benefit of the doubt down. And yet y'all keep coming with the same old stupid talking points. Shout out to Black Spider. I think she's pregnant. If she is, I apologize. Well, you know what? If she is, I'm that diabolical. I don't apologize. I don't take back nothing. I feel sorry for the baby if she is pregnant. That's right. I said it. I feel sorry for the baby if she is pregnant. She's going to have to grow up under a shield like this. The baby going to come out shilling. The baby gonna plop out of the vagina with a goddamn vote blue no matter who shirt on, talking about trans lives matter. Citizenship for everybody. Umbilical cord still ain't cut. And then the baby gonna look at the doctor. Don't be giving them no damn scissors to cut my umbilical cord. It's my body, my choice. and to be all serious here, it is your body and it should be your choice, ladies. I'm just gonna let you know. But I'm just saying, the typical Democrat talking points. The typical Democrat talking points. You ain't right, DSB. He says she's full of seafood, pork chops, and catfish. Damn it. Oh, golly.
She got your ass.
You ain't right for that, DSB. Shout out to my brother for that. Let me go ahead and give a B1 salute and shalom to JMV. Much love to you, my warrior brother. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed in fold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. Family co-colonizing cohorts. Torian Reigns Reloaded. Shout out to our good brother Torian Reigns. Co-colonizing cohorts. Absolutely, family. Shout out to Fresh always. Thank you for the high five. Much love to you for your gift. Your donation is blessed in fold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. As well as shout out to didn't have to be here running with. Didn't have to be here. Y'all names is just be going. Shout out to you and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your gift as always as well. Shout out to JM Entertainment once again for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, and a number 6 with extra dip. What the hell? A number 7 and a number 10, 2 numbers 45s with 1 including cheese, all paired with a large soda. Oh, damn. Oh, hell. 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7 with 2 number 45s, and 1 extra including cheese, all paired with a large soda, making a Diet Dr. Pepper. Oh, man. Shout out to you, my warrior brother. Godly. Shout out to Mrs. TT for both of your gifts. I appreciate your contributions as always, my sister Queen. And shout out to our good brother Tobias Yuda in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for your contribution. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate all you do as well. Thanks, church. I appreciate you, fam. I appreciate you more. Trust me when I say, oh, man, you guys be quite literally keeping a grin on my face how hard I be smiling at these comments. Let's continue.
But what James is doing, you can't tell me many elected officials have taken the time out to come do. And that's meet with us today to answer our questions, to hear from us.
Ma'am, you do know that this happens every 2 to 4 years. What are you talking about? What he's doing, most elected officials won't take the time to do. This is what they quite literally do every 2 to 4 years. Kamala Harris was just out there getting called out by Black Alpha in a room full of Sambos and Simpson shills too. Al Sharpton was just in the room talking this nonsense. Got called out by our brother Melrose Mike. Our sister Brooke and President Divine out there in New York, and they be consistently having to deal with these freaking shills and bootlicks. What are you talking about? I'm confused by why they think that they can say things like that and it'll just fly. Let's continue. Shout out to Gerard Jones in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here, family. As well as Sean in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here as well. Let's continue.
And to see how we can support him. But your questions need to be concise.
how we can support him? Oh, no, 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 no. See, this is not what town halls are for. It's not about going there to see how you can support them. It's about going there to tell them what they need to do to support you if they want your vote. Damn all that. Ask not what your government can do for you, but what you can do for your government. Damn all that. Because when I look around, I see what the government is doing for everybody else. And they don't even have to ask. So damn all that. How can we support him? No, he needs to be coming with the intent on figuring out what he can do to support us. Shout out to our sister Beauty with Brains in the building. And Gigi, you ain't right again. Stop it, god dang it. She said she can't push nothing out. Everything goes in. I am too amused. Oh, Jesus, Belize. Let's continue.
They need to be straight to the point, y'all. We don't want to hear your background. Respectfully. Let's get to the point so we can get a lot of questions answered. That's how we capitalize on our time tonight. Now, if you don't know much about James, he's been on the front lines fighting for public education. He's been fighting for teachers. He called out the voucher scam, which we're about to see the impact starting in a few weeks. That's in front of us. And he's pushing school reform for us. Again, public education is on the ballot. We don't need...
Public education is on the ballot, not reparations, not an anti-black hate crime bill. Public education is on the ballot. Well, if we got reparations, we wouldn't have to worry about public education. We'd be able to pay for the finest schools for our children. And even if we wanted them in public school, we'd be able to take some of that money and then help the public school out by donating books, donating supplies, donating whatever they need, because then we'll have the wealth to do so. You saying that public education is on the ballot, that is quite literally just stupidity. We're going to fast forward because I want you to hear what Tallarico had to say, and then they're going to get to the questions. And I'm going to let you hear a couple of the questions, but we're going to get to the real question at hand and the way he responded to it. So I'm going to let him go, do its little spiel. Oh yeah, hold on. Don't think they didn't do the typical Democrat Party thing.
Actually, there is a celebrity I would like to introduce. Come on, sweetie.
This little girl, the daughter of this man, and the Nabisco woman sitting next to him, allowed his child, to be used as a prop. And I'm not talking about right here. I'm going to play the question that she asked. Yes, this 7-year-old little girl asked the question, and she didn't ask the question as a 7-year-old who's inquiring. She asked the question like she's been coached to ask the questions. Let's go here.
Hi, my name is Catalea, and I'm 7 years old. And James Tallarico's coming out.
I'm so proud of you. Thank you. You did a great job. Oh my God, it's so good to see you. Good to be in here. I'll take this from you, okay? Thank you so much. Hey, DeSoto, it is so good to see y'all. Thank you.
Here's the coldest part about it. If something was to happen to that little girl, the Democratic Party wouldn't be out here speaking for that little girl. If something was to happen to that little girl to where an illegal did something to her or a white supremacist did something to her, you wouldn't see the Democratic Party come out talking about this is why we need a hate crime bill. You wouldn't see the Democratic Party come out talking about this is why we need to make sure that our borders are secure or anything like that. If anything happens to that little girl that they just used as a prop, the Democratic Party won't do nothing but act like this doesn't exist. She didn't exist. This is why I despise any parent that allows their child to be used by the Democrats or by the Republicans, especially as a black child.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Pastor King, for your hospitality. Thank you for hosting us in this incredible church. Thank you, Dr. Tiffany Clark. I don't know where you are, but thank you for being one of the greatest champions for public education in this state. Thank you to DeMarcus Offord, your next Dallas County clerk. And thank you to my colleague, my friend, Representative Aisha Davis. I just want to say something. In the Texas legislature, freshmen are meant to be seen and not heard. But in Aisha's first term, every time I looked up from my desk, she was up there passing some major legislation. She was way more productive than I was in my freshman term. Y'all are so lucky to have a champion like Aisha Davis in the halls of power in Austin, Texas. And thank you all for showing up to this important conversation. We are building a movement to take back our state and take back our country. We are uniting Texans onto one team to take on this broken, corrupt political system. We have recruited more than 59,000 volunteers who are going to be doing the organizing work in communities across this state.
Great question, Angelic. Notice they never say exactly what the legislation is that they're championed or major legislation that they fought for and how it actually affects the community in which they're speaking to. Absolutely correct, my warrior sister.
We have shattered grassroots fundraising records, all without taking a dime from corporate PACs. This is a people-powered campaign. And we have traveled to every corner of this state, from Beaumont to El Paso, from Amarillo to Brownsville, and to right here in DeSoto, Texas. And we are holding conversations just like this one. These conversations are shaping the movement that we are building together. Campaigns should be collaborative. It should be a partnership between the candidate and the people that that candidate seeks to represent. That's what these town halls are all about. But there is no way to win Texas without Black Texans. There is no way to represent this state without showing up for, investing in, and listening to Black communities. And as the next U.S. Senator from Texas, I will represent more African Americans than any other senator in the country. And that work starts in the campaign, not after Election Day. And that is why we have been convening roundtable discussions with Black business leaders, Black elected officials, Black community leaders, Black faith leaders. It's why we've been worshiping in Black churches. Yesterday in Houston, I visited 3 churches in one Sunday morning. My granddad was a Baptist preacher and told me I could never leave during a service. And I was a little nervous jumping from so many churches, but they told me it was all right. It's why we've been visiting our Black-owned businesses all over the state of Texas. It's why we have been rolling out policy proposals that meet the needs of Black communities, including working, I don't know if my colleague Tony Rose is still here. She's here. The legend, your Tony Rose. Y'all know that Representative Rose passed historic legislation to address the maternal mortality crisis in this state. And she and I worked together to put together a comprehensive plan to attack this maternal mortality crisis that is 3 times deadlier for Black women in this state at the federal.
Hey, yo, you see why she lost now, don't you? She wouldn't even address Black people. She wasn't willing to even, she didn't came and spoke at many places where there were black people, but she never spoke to black people.
Level. And I hope we can talk more about some of those policy plans in just a minute. It's also why we've been visiting our HBCUs. We held a town hall at Prairie View, and then I was honored to give the commencement address at Paul Quinn College up here in North Texas, the oldest HBCU in the state. It's why we've been doing interviews with Black media, Dallas Weekly, Houston Defender, the Tashara Parker Show, and also on the podcast where younger folks are listening in social media spaces. We've been showing up where people are so they can hear directly from me. And that work is going to continue. This town hall is the beginning of a conversation, not the end of one. And we're going to open this up for your comments and questions in just a second. But before we do that, I just want to give you a sense of why I do this work. Because for me, politics and policy is deeply personal. Before I was a politician, I was a public school teacher on the west side of San Antonio. I taught 6th grade language arts at Rhodes Middle School. I often say that teaching middle school is the best preparation for politics. If you've taught middle school or you've had a middle schooler, you understand. I entered the classroom in the fall of 2011, right after the Texas legislature cut more than $5 billion from our public schools. I saw the impact of those cuts firsthand. I had 45 kids in one classroom. There weren't enough desks for all of my students, so I had kids sitting on the air conditioning unit. In the wealthiest country in human history, in the 21st century, children sitting on the air conditioning unit. And that got me mad. Righteous anger, Pastor King. I ended up leading a local education nonprofit that was helping low-income schools like the one I taught in. And then when a seat in that very same legislature opened up in my hometown of Round Rock, Texas, I threw my hat in the ring. I was 28 years old. I had never run for office before. I was a Democrat running in a Trump district in a county that was so red, it hadn't voted for a Democrat for president since Jimmy Carter. I was told by the powers that be in the Democratic Party that the race was a lost cause. I was told flipping a Trump district like that was impossible. I was told I was too young. I was told I didn't have the money or the political connections to win. But my neighbors and I gathered in rooms like this. We ran an aggressive, authentic, unorthodox campaign that brought people together. And on election night, we flipped that district with 51% of the vote. And by the way, the only reason I'm standing before you in my 4th term in the Texas House is because we had historic black turnout in my district in 2018. We have the opportunity to do that again in this race if we do it right. And that's what this conversation today is all about. In my 4 terms, I have passed 60 bipartisan bills in a Republican-dominated legislature, bills that raise teacher pay, that lower the cost of housing and childcare and prescription drugs, including insulin. I've also gone toe-to-toe with the Republican extremists who are trying to defund our public schools with a private school voucher scam. I have defended our students from bills that would ban books, that would whitewash our curriculum, that would go after our teachers and our librarians. And then last summer, my colleagues here, Representative Davis, Representative Rose, we broke quorum to shine a national spotlight on their redistricting power grab, which is systematically diluting the voting power of Black and brown Texans all over the state. Just in the last 12 months, we have seen the most aggressive attack on Black political power since Jim Crow. The rulings from...
He said it. He said it. He said it. I was waiting to see how long it would take before he said anything about Jim Crow. And he did it. Continue.
The Supreme Court, the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, these racist redistricting maps. The stakes for this election could not be higher. This is why I'm running, because these fights that we've been waging at the state capitol are now more urgent than they've ever been before. A few months ago, I'll close with this. A few months ago, I visited Sand Branch, Texas, a community just south of here without any running water. My volunteers and I came together to drop off packs of bottled water for the residents in Sand Branch. They have been failed by leaders in Washington, D.C. So much of our money has gone to billionaire tax breaks and new forever wars in the Middle East, and none of it is coming back home for communities like Sand Branch. We are closing schools and hospitals in this country so we can bomb schools and hospitals in other countries.
Did it once again. Moving everything outside of America, trying to put your gaze on everything but what's good for your interest. We're closing schools and hospitals over here just to go and bomb schools and hospitals somewhere else. Stick on the subject. We're here to talk about black voters. What are you doing? What are you doing, Tallarico? You're dropping the ball. You're blowing this. Get it together, man.
There is never enough money for education and healthcare, but there's always enough money for war. This morning we learned that one of our own, Private Isabella Gonzalez, was killed by an Iranian airstrike in Jordan.
Fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass. Yeah.
This man is quite literally showing you, and it should be very loud and apparent that he's showing you that he don't give a damn about your community. He don't give a damn about black people. And every chance he gets, he's going to try to revert whatever attention that you have, that you created, over to someone else. He's quite literally telling them this in his speech while he's trying to get them on board with him. We're talking about the black community. We're not talking about Palestine. We're not talking about Iran. We're not talking about Israel. We're not talking about Africa. We're not talking about Jordan. We're not talking about none of these places. The UAE, the AEU, excuse me, I don't care about none of them places when we're talking about politics here in America. We're talking about the foundational black American interests. Why are you talking to me about everybody else? Why do you keep trying to deflect to someone else? Keep that shit to yourself. Don't try to tug on my heartstrings. We're here to talk business. Let me say that again. Do not try to tug on my heartstrings when I'm here to do business. That's what y'all not getting. We're not here to be emotionally manipulated like the last generations. We refuse to be emotionally manipulated like the last generations. We're here to do business. We're here to do business. And if you ain't here to do business, get the hell up out of here. It's that simple, that plain. Trying to tug on my heartstrings so I can care about what's happening to somebody else when y'all don't tug on anybody else's heartstrings so they can care what happens in our community. I've never seen it. I've never seen a Democrat go to somebody else's community and then start trying to talk about issues that happen within the black community and how the government is targeting us. I've never seen a Democrat go to any other community. And then when they're asked a question or if they're brought to these people and they know what the questions are going to be, that they start off like, oh, I'm here for you. And then they start talking about everybody else. When they're there to talk to the Hispanics, they stay on the DACA situation. They're not talking about what's good for foundational black Americans. They're not talking about an anti-black hate crime bill. They're not talking about reparations. They're talking about DACA. When y'all go see the LGBTQ, y'all talk about what the LGBTQ needs and what their interests are. But when you talking to them, you never say, hey, black Americans need a hate crime bill, so we're going to push a little something for them because they deserve it. You get booed out of wherever stadium you in by all those little punks. They might chase you out the building swinging their arms and wrists to the left and the right. Get up out of here with that nonsense. We're LGBTQ and proud. You need to talk about us. Anytime, any goddamn time, any one of these politicians, whether they are a Democrat or Republican, come to your community and then they're supposed to be talking about you, but they start dwindling out to all these other concerns. They start talking about all these other interests when you're right there to have a conversation about business. Yeah. I'll play it for you one more time, what you need to be saying to these people.
Fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass. Yeah.
Let's continue.
Isabella grew up in Carrollton, not too far from here. She was just 19 years old. She just graduated from Hebron High School. Isabella was sent to serve in a reckless war that no one asked for. We pay for it with our tax dollars. Isabella paid for it with her life.
You know what else we pay for with our tax dollars? Illegals. And you know who else pays for it with their life? Foundational Black Americans. Like I said, he better be glad that he did this one in Dallas. And I'm looking up his next town hall in Houston, if he's going to do another town hall in Houston before the midterms, because I'm going to take that day off. I'm going to not just take the day off. I'm going to be talking with a couple of people to see if they're willing to take the day off as well. And we're going to go up there and we're going to really go out there and question this man and really stomp down and hold it down for the lineage. Let's continue.
There is no greater love of country than to lay down your own life for it. Isabella died a hero and a patriot. We are grateful for her service and her sacrifice, but our gratitude for her service should not be mistaken for an acceptance of her death. We should not be sending our brave young men and women like Isabella off to die in another forever war. Our service members love this country. It's time for this country to love them back.
What about the forever war that foundational Black Americans have been in with the American government? Tallarico. You see, people think just because I didn't like Jasmine Crockett that I was just going to be all soft on Tallarico and all this other stuff. I don't like either one of them. So I'm going to treat them both the same. I'm going to treat them both like a bunch of freaking coons. Even though Tallarico isn't Black, I'm still going to treat him like I treat the coons. And I'm still going to treat him like I treat anybody that's going against the foundational Black American interests. Like a nothing piece of scum at the bottom of my shoe that I keep trying to wipe off on somebody else's grass. Like the sorry piece of scum on the bottom of my shoe that I keep trying to wipe off on somebody else's grass. You ain't even good enough to get wiped off on my grass. I got to walk down the street to try to get you off the bottom of my shoe.
This underscores the stakes of this election.
Well, since you asked so nicely, my sister, you know I'll have to oblige. You know what? Let me go ahead. I was going to do the shorter version. Let me do the longer version. again because he's about to get into some of the clowns in the audience. So I think it would be apropos in order to do the long version.
DeSoto, a lot of work to do. I, as the candidate, have a lot of work to do. We, as a campaign, have a lot of work to do. But if we do that work, if we do it together, we.
We?
In order for there to be a we, there has to be a me. And you will notice we is just me flipped upside down. So the next time you decide to make a we statement, make sure it includes me.
Are going to do something extraordinary in November of this year. We are going to end 30 years of one-party rule and elect a senator who's going to serve all of us. All right, that's enough of me talking. I now want to open this up for your comments, your questions. I am a former middle school teacher, so if you don't raise your hands, I'm just going to call on you. So my only ask is when you ask your question, introduce yourself. I know a lot of people in this room, but not everybody. So tell us your name and then ask your question or share your comment or your idea or your story, whatever's on your mind. I think we took 10 questions in Houston yesterday. We got to do better than that, DeSoto. So I will be here. And if you don't get your question asked, I'm going to stay till the very end and I will take every photo. I will answer every question. I'll shake every hand. I'll be the last person who leaves. I got nowhere but the hotel to go. So we'll be here for a while. I think we got our first question. And let me just tell you where the mics are. So Ceci has a mic. Where are the other?
Now I'm going to play the first couple of questions and this first couple of answers. Then we're going to skip to the little girl. And then we're going to skip to an actual person who came there with the intentions on speaking on foundational Black Americans and making sure that everybody got this on tape. Let's continue.
Falashade, right over there.
Rob has one, and where's
And
Falashade?
Rob.
Right here. Falashade has one too.
So just keep your hands up for
Because
us.
those are your 3 mics.
Exactly. Thank you all.
Thelma Clardy, former DeSoto City Council member.
Hey.
I'm going to make this comment quick. First of all, I commend you. Thank you for coming to DeSoto. My question is, as a former lawyer with the U.S. Department of Education, Office for Civil Rights, I am very disgusted with what's happening education-wise, civil rights-wise, and I would ask you to please, because the Education Department, Black women, not only with the Education Department and all the other federal agencies, have been impacted the most. Right. So I would ask you to have a platform to include how we can put these people back to work.
When you have the complexion for the protection for the collection, that white skin will protect you. Massa, is we sick, Massa?
You's a cool nigga.
Family, this woman who claimed to be what, a former civil rights attorney, this woman start getting into, I don't like how education is. I don't like education. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. And Black women, they're the ones being targeted. Oh Lord, Master Talarico. Oh, Master Talarico, can you please make sure that you can do what you do to protect whatever you can protect, and you know the education of it. Would you all like to hear what I would have said if I was a civil rights attorney like she was, a former civil rights attorney? Don't worry, you don't have to tell me. I'm just going to say it anyway. Mr. Talarico, thank you for coming here and allowing me to have a face-to-face with you, because I feel like it is necessary for the people who serve us. Notice what I did there. The people who serve us to come and see what we need in our communities. So let me first, congratulate you for coming through and being able to do a face-to-face. But I do want to address something as a former civil rights attorney. I would like to see you stand on business about having an anti-black hate crime bill, because every time I look around, there is another situation that's proving that our people are being attacked under the system of white supremacy, and neither the Republicans or the Democrats are willing to address this situation. Both of you sit quiet, you sit on your thumbs, you sit on your hands. So how can I trust, as somebody who wants my vote, how can I trust that you would actually work for me and actually bring forth policies like an anti-black hate crime bill as a former civil rights attorney? This is something that is necessary. You see the difference between me and her? Do you see the difference between me and her? I'm going to run her back just one more time so that you can hear her once again. And you tell me, would you have preferred what I just said or what she just said?
Hey. I'm going to make this comment quick. First of all, I commend you. Thank you for coming to DeSoto. My question is, as a former lawyer with the U.S. Department of Education, Office for Civil Rights, I am very disgusted with what's happening education-wide, civil rights-wide, and I would ask you to please, because the education department, Black women, not only with the education department and all the other federal agencies, have been impacted the most. Right. So I would ask you to have a platform to include how we can put these people back to work.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And couldn't agree more. So
now, before we get to his rhetoric, please tell me, what would you prefer? Someone who spoke in the manner in which I just did, or someone who spoke in the manner in which she did? That's a trick question, family. I already know. Now, let's hear what Tallarico had to say in response to her.
a few things. We have seen hundreds of thousands of Black women laid off because of this crazy DOGE process. And I don't want to call them public employees. I want to call them what they are, which is public servants. These are the folks who selflessly sign up to protect our communities, to protect our schools and our...
No, sir. Those are people who are employees because they're employed by the federal government. You're the servant. Notice how he just tried to switch off what the servant is. If you're working for the federal government, you are not a servant of the federal government. You are an employee of the federal government. The servant is the people who get voted in by the people. So Tallarico, you're a servant. Everybody in the Democratic Party is a servant. Everybody in the goddamn Republican Party is a servant. And I know what some people might say. And I can play, the Most High's advocate all the time. I can play the devil's advocate all the time. So let me go ahead and give you what a lot of people are going to say here. Well, if that's true, then police officers wouldn't be considered servants. Police officers are paid by us, but they are not considered servants. They're considered employees. Army men are paid by us, but they're not considered servants. They're considered employees. And how do you know that? Because even though they are employees of the American government, the Supreme Court has already ruled that the police are not there to protect and serve. They're there to protect corporate interest. Let me say that again for all the hard-headed people in the back of the classroom. The Supreme Court has already ruled that the police department is not there to protect and serve the citizens. It's there to protect corporate interest. For those who don't understand. For those who are slower than a car without the motor in. And the same goes for the military. The military is not there to protect the American people. The National Guard is there to protect the American people. Let me rephrase that. The military is not here to protect American people on our soil unless something happened on our soil. They're being sent overseas to do the bidding of the American government. So they are employees. Politicians are servants. Judges are servants. The president is supposed to be a servant. The Supreme Court are supposed to be servants. It is very important for people to understand the differences. Because if you do not understand the differences, if you do not understand white supremacy, what it is and how it operates, everything that you think you know will confuse you. Shout out Neely Fuller Jr. I am already gone off of that. She said, I'd like to see somebody skinny jump on a mic. I like to see a mic holding a mic. Shout out to our sister Black Spider. God dang.
Kids, and they deserve so much better than what they got from Elon Musk's crazy Doge committee. And I'm committing to you that when we win this seat, when we win a Senate majority, we will repeal these Doge cuts. We will restore these public servants to their positions. And let me explain real quick, because this is not just about someone's job. This is about all of us. Because some of you may have heard that a pest that we got rid of 60 years ago, the New World screwworm, is now back in Texas infecting our livestock. It is threatening ranchers and farmers all over the state. We had an office in Uvalde, Texas, staffed with experts monitoring the spread of the New World screwworm, preventing it from coming into this country. And then the richest man in the world thought it was a great idea to eliminate.
Let me stop him there. Let me stop him there. Number one, there was no office dedicated specifically for the screwworm. And if y'all don't know what that is, there is a lettuce situation going on with fast food. So a lot of people, or a lot of these fast food companies, are ordering their lettuce from the same places. And these places, there's a worm, there's a virus that is attached to the lettuce, right? And it causes explosive diarrhea. So that's what he's talking about. And he's saying that there was an office in Texas put together specifically to prevent that specific disease or virus. That is not true. That is not true at all. That's number one. Number two, they act as if they care about any of those things when quite literally somebody just got caught bringing in viruses into America through the goddamn air services, through the airlines. So while you're speaking about this virus that just popped up in America, you're not speaking about these same people that are coming over here, and the person was from China with a deadly virus in his goddamn suitcase briefcase. Thank you, Aquarius Minded. I said a worm, but a parasite, which is a form of worm, but yeah, it's a different style of worm, and you're correct. Thank you very much for correcting me on that, my sister. Let's nuclear diarrhea. That's what it's causing. And that's why I tell people all the time, if you can do it, eat at home. Eat at home. You don't know where these people are getting their produce and stuff like that from. And these people don't care as long as it's turning a profit. So if you are eating out, just make sure you ain't going nowhere eating anybody's produce. because it's not just in the salad, it's in the produce as a whole. Let's continue.
That office. And now the New World Screwworm is back in Texas after 60 years. So this is not just about restoring people to their jobs, as important as that is. These jobs are critical. They protect us. They protect our economy. And it's why we need to do so much better by our public servants. So thank you for asking that question. You also mentioned education. So I, along with Representative Gina Hinojosa, our next governor, she's the best. I think our colleagues can agree Gina's the best. She and I sit next to each other on the floor of the House. We sit in the back row because we're the bad kids who cause all the problems. She and I led the fight against these private school voucher scams. And let me just real quick, for those that don't know the history of this.
All right, let's get to the next person because he's just going to babble. Like I said, I just want to show you a couple of his responses before we get into what we're here for on this.
For coming. My name's Mia. I am a citizen of DeSoto. This is actually my polling location. My question, it actually segues into what you just spoke about, which are the public school versus private vouchers. Having had a family member with severe autism and knowing the fight that my sister-in-law and brother-in-law had to go through to ensure that even in public school, he got all the services that were needed. How will you on a federal level work to ensure that those entities that are receiving public funding for private schools be mandated to provide the same requirements for special education to ensure that all families that receive those funds and all schools are held to the same requirements as federal funding?
So before he answered, let me explain to you guys this. Once again, this is another question that could be answered with reparations. You wouldn't have to worry about how much funding a public school is putting towards special education if you can afford to pay and actually fund your own special education at home. If you can hire somebody to come in and work with your child who has special needs, you would not have to worry about what public school is doing and what they can and cannot afford and where funds do and do not go. Like I said, these questions are all, it's like they're so freaking easy to answer when you're a foundational Black American. You already know the answer to those questions. You already know the answer to those questions. All you have to do is pay us our reparations. That's it. Pay us our reparations and watch how things move about. Y'all keep wanting to do for the public. Damn the public. What about your group? Nobody else go out talking about public anything. They go out talking about their specific group and their specific interest. And all of these people is not just being softball queens, my brother, not just being softball questions. These folks, they're quite literally asking questions that are easily answered by a reparations program, a reparations plan. Excuse me. Let me get a drink of water. Anybody who listens to this, who is a part of the Black grassroots, already heard it, understood it, understand it, overstand it, and said, no. What the hell are these people talking about? You're talking about getting people hired back at jobs. You're talking about an education. You're talking about freaking special ed. Like all this stuff just leads back to education. When reparations will allow people to afford a proper education if necessary. Shout out to Tobias. Much love to you. I homeschool my child and thank the Most High because these teachers today won't teach our children nothing. And not just that, they will teach them nothing, and then they will teach them whatever they want to teach them, indoctrination. They would teach them nothing of substance while indoctrinating them into their very own beliefs. Let's continue.
So this is maybe the most troubling part about these private school voucher scams, because they call it school choice. You probably heard that slogan when it comes to vouchers. It's not school choice, it's the school's choice, because the private schools get to decide who's admitted and who's not. And the states that have tried these private school voucher scams, they tend to reject our students with disabilities, our students.
Oh, so it sounds like you're saying all these things can be solved with reparations. All these things can be solved with reparations. Shout out to our sister Black Spider. Let me put on my tinfoil hat. I think they started that virus parasite, and I don't doubt it. Just so they can say, look how Trump is handling the public health of America. In the very same way that they ain't said nothing about that Chinaman trying to bring in that deadly virus. Because if he would have succeeded, they would have been like, look at how Trump has handled this situation for America. They're trying to, and this is in my humble opinion, I assume, I allege that they're trying to have another COVID situation pop off so that they can point to Trump and say, look how he's handling it. So I agree with you 100% for my warrior sister, and thank you for bringing that comment forward. Let's continue. And as a matter of fact, we're going to move this up because you're already hearing the type of nonsense that's being asked. Let's get to the little girl. Oh, she's the very next person. Okay. Let's go here.
Hi, my name is Catalan. I'm 7 years old, and
That's her mother. Talarico for Texas. That's her father. This is what they produced. And now this couple is using what they produce, allowing what they produce to be used by this party. But I want y'all to hear the question that she asked and the way she asked it. And you tell me, is that really her question? Was it really her question? Was it really her question? Or was it somebody quite literally coaching her? Was it someone quite literally coaching the question? In the very same way that they used her to open up the thing to introduce Talarico. And the woman kept whispering in her ears what to say, and she kept having to say it. And I want you to watch what she has to say in her question, because I also want you to watch the way she asks the question, as if she starts out all sweet and kind, all this other stuff, and then she get into this situation as if she's angry about her generation, as if she understands anything about politics. Let's get into it.
I recognize you.
Hi, my name is Catalan. I'm 7 years old, and I am from Dallas.
I love it. I love it.
Well,
You're doing great.
Well, as I look around our community today, I know that our leaders aren't working for the people anymore, and I'm worried if they aren't thinking about how this affects my generation.
Amen.
As Malcolm X once said, I am for truth, no matter who tells it. I am for justice, no matter who is for or against. Micah, please.
Family, I'm just going to sit here and wait. I'm going to wait for all the responses to come in. Coached. Our community. That ain't cool. Girl, what? Staged. Oh, she almost got all her lines perfect. I'm tired too, my brother. This is why I'm having this conversation with you all. We can't allow none of this ninny nonsense anymore, especially these folks allowing their children to be used by the open enemy. I'm not, yeah. Shout out Alicia. Here we go, using our civil rights leaders again for their nonsense. Exactly how the hell this 7-year-old girl know about Malcolm X and what he said about injustice when she lives under a white mama who was never under injustice. And I'm pretty sure her father wouldn't teach her about Malcolm X because Malcolm X was looked at as a radical when it came to being with those Nabiscos. I'm going to run it back because I want you to understand the demonic nature of these people to use a little mulatto to do what they were doing back in the days when they were using little mulattoes. Run it back.
Not only do we need to repeal vouchers, but we got to ensure that we are funding the zipper question.
Hi, my name is Catalan. I'm 7 years old, and I am from Dallas.
I love it. I love it.
Well,
You're doing great.
Well, as I look around our community today, I know that our leaders aren't working for the people anymore, and I'm worried if they aren't thinking about how this affects my generation.
Amen.
See, a level-headed minded person would ask, you looking around your community, okay, you're in a mixed family, which means that 9 times out of 10, you're living somewhere in a white community because your mom is going to be more comfortable in those white communities. That's number one. Number two, you say you look around your communities and you're seeing that the politicians isn't really for the people anymore. You're 7 years old. When were you alive when the politicians was for the people? When have they ever been for the people? You were born 7 years ago. What knowledge do you have of politicians being for the people? Nah, ain't no stalling her out either. I ain't about to stall nobody out on this situation because this situation right here is how they get you. Ask the logical damn questions. It is 2026, 2026, excuse me. That means this little girl was born 2019. Let me say that again for the slow people. That means that this little girl was born in 2019. Her first year alive, she didn't see anything because she was a 1-year-old. Her second year alive, she couldn't have seen anything. Because when you're 1 and 2 years old, you're just learning how to gain your cognitive abilities. If she started remembering things at 3 years old, that means she would have been born under, she would have been, only person she would have been able to see is the Democratic Party and Joe Biden. And they didn't work for us. These are the questions that people need to ask when they do things like this. Do not bring up no damn 7-year-old person who don't have an inkling of what civics is to talk to me about civics. What kind of stupid person do you take me for? That's the type of stupid person they believe us to be as Foundationals family. She turned 6 years old. Excuse me, scratch that. She turned 5 years old when Biden got out of office. Somebody explain to me how the hell she saw any type of politics working for the American people. I ain't see it under Donald Trump. I ain't see it under excuse me, not Donald Trump, but I ain't seen it under Joe Biden. I didn't see it under Donald Trump the first time around. I didn't see it under goddamn Barack Obama. Didn't see it under Bill Clinton. Didn't see it under George Bush. Didn't see it under any of these people. So somebody explain to me how the hell this 7-year-old make a statement saying she haven't seen any of the politicians working for the people anymore. You've never seen them working for the people because you've barely been on this damn earth. Well, church, that's ageist. I don't give a damn. It's logical. Don't talk to me about ageism when they're using these babies that don't know what the hell they're talking about. These are the same babies that they be using to say that I think that I'm a boy. So yeah, LGBT, you're born this way. The very same babies that think that they're dinosaurs, that think that they can fly like birds until you push them off a bed top. Till they fall off the bed like the little monkeys jumping on it. When they hit the ground and they start realizing like, God dang, I guess I can fly. Yes. Why should I be taking political advice or listening to anything political from you? Oh, my brother A.O. Perfect example. That, what's her name? Hilda chick. Greta. I was saying the same damn thing about that Nabisco. Let's continue.
As Malcolm X once said, I am for truth, no matter who tells it. I am for justice, no matter who is for or against.
All right.
So I am asking you, what are you going to do for my generation and my people?
Amen. Round of applause.
Now, family, at its face, I would be okay with this if the question had anything to do with Black interests and the interests of Black children. But it wasn't. This wasn't about reparations. This wasn't about an anti-Black hate crime bill. It wasn't about any of that. And she's the one that'll be targeted by these Nabiscos and by these other racial groups. And then they'll all get on code to act like they didn't know nothing about it. And her white mother be like, I would hate to think it's about race. Let's continue. Here's his response.
Round of applause for our next U.S. Senator. So it's young people like you, and I mean real young, that don't have political power. Because unlike all of us adults, you can't vote. You can't donate. You can't lobby. And therefore, your concerns, your needs get overlooked by people in power.
No. See, that's the thing. That's the thing right there. And see, this is the type of nonsense that they allow folks like this to protrude to your children. And you allow it when you put your children up as a goddamn prop for somebody who don't give a damn about your community. You don't sit there and say, God dang it, people ignore your interests because you're not old enough to vote or anything like that, when foundational Black Americans are standing here telling you that everything that we're doing right here, right now is for the next generation after that, and the generation after that. Don't act like you do not hear the interest in which we speak on. But yet you would turn around and quite literally lie to that baby's face and sit there and say, well, you can't lobby, you can't, so nobody take your interest serious, when foundational Black American parents are sitting there telling mother lovers all god dang day, this is what needs to be done. And not really for us, it's for our children and the next generations after which. You still choose to ignore it. You still choose to turn your back. You still send out people like Roly-Poly Martin, Haitian Snorlax. And that is another great point, my sister Aquarius. She's the only child there. For what? Because she's the prop. She is the prompt. And shout out to this brother back here you see raising his hand. Because this brother right here, he's going to get up and say what needs to be said. And notice he's raising his hand while this little girl is over here being used as a prompt.
And it's why we need to elect public servants, like the people you see sitting around this circle, to make sure that we are fighting for you, that we are fighting for our youngest, tiniest Texans. We need to fight to make sure that your public schools have all the money they need. We need to fight to make sure you've got the health care that you need to grow up big and strong and healthy. And then we've got to make sure that you have an economy when you grow up where you can succeed, where you can give the gift that you're meant to give to the world. And it's our job to make sure that you can give that gift. So thank you for asking your question.
You're welcome.
And I'm excited to vote for you one day. Or hear your sermons. I don't know what you're going to do, but just taking us to church. Thank you.
Next question right in front of you, other side.
All right, next question, you got to be cuter than that. So where's the next question?
Right behind you, right here, right side,
oh.
Right here.
Hi, yes, I
there
see.
We go.
I see.
Sorry, I'm short.
Good evening, sir. My name is Christopher. I'm from Grand Prairie, Texas.
We're going to bypass Christopher and we're going to get to the realest one in the room. Because everybody else is on that nonsense. And I'll take this here if you guys want to watch the full thing. No worries. I will put this into the chat. Copy, paste here. Now, let's get over here to the realest one in the room, who quite literally is a foundational.
Who's next?
Right over here. Right over here. Over here.
Oh,
over here.
Hey, how are you?
How you doing?
Good.
My name is Jay Swarobo, Inabi Carey Jr. I'm actually a member here at DC3.
Hey, thank you.
All right. So when the term middle class was mentioned by politicians, many Black Americans, such as myself, we hear the silent white at the beginning of the middle class. The current man-made financial crisis is not just about class. There's a racial component to it.
Oh, wrong dude. Hold up. There we go. The OG who was sitting behind him. The person who was raising his hand while that little girl was talking. Let's get into the realest one in the room.
Officials to prioritize that systemic political reform so we can get this country back on track. Other questions?
Got a question over here?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Osanla Olamoel. I'm just retired from the state of Texas. I moved to Lancaster, Texas. Deals with Texas. My question deals with reparations. I'm a descendant of an enslaved foundational Black American. Deals with reparations. I'm a descendant of an enslaved foundational Black American.
Off the back, OG came in hot. He wanted people to know exactly what was happening. He wanted people to know exactly who he wasn't, which is one of those bootlicks, one of those tap dancers, one of those shills, people who are paid to come here and just, give these softball questions. No, he made sure to stand up and say, my question has to do with reparations. I am a descendant of a slave. I am the descendant of a foundational Black American. Oh, yeah, that Roly-Poly Martin didn't like that. James Tallarico didn't like that. Let's get into it.
Deals with reparations. I'm a descendant of an enslaved foundational Black American. This country has given reparations and support the state of Israel since 1960, which is the year that I was born. We've also given reparations to Japanese as well. With the onslaught of police brutality of Black Americans here in America, this has been going on for some time now. Do you support?
Thank you. Restoration, repairing.
Oh, look what Roly-Poly did, family. Oh, look what Roly-Poly did. Not only did he chop up the clip that he put out, but he chopped that out of this.
Of police brutality of Black Americans here in America. This has been going on for some time now. Do you support?
Thank you.
He clipped it out, ladies and gentlemen. But guess what? I don't give a damn what you clip out. You buster ass, fat ass, god dang, bowling ball looking son of a bitch. Yeah, family, that just shows me that, god dang it, we're going to have to pull it up the other way. Hold up. Give me 1 second, family. You want to clip it out? No problem. No problemas. I don't have an issue with you clipping it out because, god dang it, there are other clips that don't have the Roly-Poly Martin god dang logo on it, which means it's not coming from Roly-Poly Martin. Let's go here. Let me pull this down for high. Oh, we got it. We got it up. All right. Let's go here and let's get the brother's question. But first, I'm going to pull it back. And we're going to let the first part play, and then we'll move over to the second part so you can get the full grasp of our elder going in there representing for us, representing for the babies. And these folks want to cut things out, edit things out. So let's go back here first.
Good evening. My name is Osanla Olamoel. I'm just retired from the state of Texas and I moved to Lancaster, Texas. My question deals with reparations. I'm a descendant of an enslaved foundational Black American. This country has given reparations and support the state of Israel since 1960, which is the year that I was born. We've also given reparations to Japanese as well. With the onslaught of police brutality of Black Americans here in America. This has been going on for some time now. Do you support reparations, and would you legislate for an anti-Black crime bill? Do you support reparations, and would you legislate for an anti-Black crime bill?
Thank you.
Now notice, that got a larger applause than a little girl. Run it back.
Legislate for an anti-Black crime bill.
Thank you. Restoration, repairing.
Now I'll go back over here now that we got the question out. Let's go back to over here so we can hear the full answer here. And if it sounds anything different, we're going to go back to the clip.
Is part of my faith tradition. It's part of the values I was raised
this country has given reparations and support the state of Israel since 1960, which is the year that I was born. We've also given reparations to Japanese as well. With the onslaught of police brutality of Black Americans here in America, this has been going on for some time now. Do you support?
Thank you. Restoration, repairing past harms is part of my faith tradition. It's part of the values I was raised with. And it's exactly why we need a lot of the policies we've been talking about here to invest in Black communities, to invest in Black Texans, whether it's tuition relief, whether it's home ownership grants, whether it is baby bonds to ensure that Sam Branch is a freedman community. So we are seeing.
Oh yeah, he's cutting through stuff. So yeah, let's go here. Let's go here.
Past harms is part of my faith tradition. It's part of the values I was raised with. And it's exactly why we need a lot of the policies we've been talking about here to invest in Black communities, to invest in Black Texans, whether it's tuition relief, whether it's home ownership grants, whether it is baby bonds to ensure that we are helping to build that generational wealth. We have to correct the injustices of our past. I talked about Sam Branch, Texas. I don't think I mentioned that Sam Branch is a freedman community. So we are seeing the reverberations of slavery in modern day Texas all over the place. And until we as a society are committed to righting those past wrongs, of restoring our Black communities, we're never gonna be able to get this country back on track. And
y'all peeped it too? Okay, all right. Now there's a few things that I do want to go over here. And before we get into it, this is gonna be the last tidbit of the broadcast. But before we get up out of here, and I touch on this real quick, let me go ahead and give a B1 salute to our good brother, Black Truth United, for everything that he does, as well as our sister Brooke, as well as our good brother, Greg Marcel Dixon, because this is exactly what the hell he was talking about.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Evenmelanin.com. New healthier glass bottles. No microplastic, can't be wrong. Smooth and even, let the glow begin. Melanin, age with grace at Even Melanin. Melanin, gray in skin where beauty's from within. Melanin, feel the love with even melanin. Evenmelanin.com.
They say doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. I say it's stupidity. We as Black Americans have been voting for the Democrats with over 90% of our votes going to them for the past 60 years. And what do we have to show for it? I'll tell you, we are 15 to 20% of the population, but nearly 60% of the homeless. We have aborted over 20 million of our Black babies. Our wealth is heading backwards, and we own less homes now than we did during Jim Crow. I'm not saying vote for the Republicans. I'm saying don't vote for any party. Vote for good policies. If anyone comes to us and they ask for or demand the Black vote, you tell them to show me your Black policies.
Restoration, repairing past harms is part of my faith tradition. It's part of the values I was raised with. And it's exactly why we need a lot of the policies we've been talking about here to invest in Black communities, to invest in Black Texans, whether it's tuition relief, whether it's home ownership grants, whether it is baby bonds to ensure that we are helping to build that generational wealth.
Notice all the things that they were already given to illegals, but continue.
We have to correct the injustices of our past. I talked about Sam Branch, Texas. I don't think I mentioned that Sam Branch is a freedman community.
That right there was the most telling thing to me. That right there was the most telling thing to me. I want you all to understand where I'm coming from, so I'm going to play it one more time, and I want to see if anybody gets the thought that I've been thinking since I've heard this for the first time.
Whether it's home ownership grants, whether it is baby bonds to ensure that we are helping to build that generational wealth, we have to correct the injustices of our past. I talked about Sam Branch, Texas. I don't think I mentioned that Sam Branch is a freedman community. So we are seeing.
Did anybody catch it? Can somebody put it in the chat? I'm going to wait just a bit because I want to have this conversation. I want to have this conversation. It's going to be a short one, but I just want to see if everybody picked up on what I picked up on and the disrespect that they just showed. And I agree with you, my sister. Just give us our money. No more talk. All that talking stage stuff is gone. We're done. We're done. Did anybody pick up on what I was saying? I'm with you there too. Give us back our land and our money. I'm with you there 100-fold. Well, let me go ahead and just tell you, family. I'll run it back one more time.
So we are seeing the reverberations of slavery in modern day Texas. All over, we're seeing the reverberations. Sam Branch is a freedman community. I don't think I mentioned that Sam Branch is a freedman community. I don't think I mentioned that Sam Branch is a freedman community. So I mentioned that Sam Branch is a freedman community. Branch is a freedman community. 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 So we are
DJ Church on the scene. Thank you, Queen Shabbat. They know we are freedmen. All of a sudden, they know how to tell the difference between us and everybody else who benefit off of us. All of a sudden, they know how to talk about all the ills that stem from slavery. But they're not bringing any freedmen-specific policies. So all this not only shows that they want no good for you, it also shows how they willfully disrespect you. Because just how he knows what freedmen communities are, just like how he knows the history of the freedmen. It'll be very same people such as him and people in his party running around talking about America was built off of immigrants. Oh, family, that hit me like a ton of bricks as soon as I heard the freedmen town. Oh, so you do know what a freedman is. You acknowledge that there are freedmen communities, but yet you are not bringing tangibles that those freedmen earned to our communities. You acknowledge the freedmen, but yet you have not brought specific policy for freedmen. And you're in a room full of freedmen. So that means if you know, the Democratic Party knows. And if the Democratic Party knows about freedmen, and the Democratic Party knows what is owed to freedmen, and if the Democratic Party knows that there are freedmen communities even till this day, that means that they are willfully going around disrespecting foundational Black Americans and pushing erasure on those freedmen that built this damn country. So to all of these Democratic shills running around talking about, well, the Republicans are just as disrespectful. Yeah, they're disrespectful, but guess what? The Democrats are the only ones who are supposed to be your friends. They're supposed to want the best for you. They're supposed to want the best for your community. They're supposed to be the saviors of the Black race. And yet they keep pushing erasure on our people. Yet they keep ignoring the history here of our people. Yet they keep using our history in order to put any type of freebies and giveaways to every other community. They don't do this for the freedmen. But James Tallarico just quite literally said, he knows what freedmen are. He knows exactly what freedmen communities are. When you double down on stupid, intelligence will always win. When you double down on stupid, intelligence will always win. Shout out to my sister Shun C in the building. And she will tell you, when you double down on stupid, it's like doubling down on red. And you know the saying, family, always bet on Black. Always bet on Black. And I'll land with this. Notice, he didn't even mention the hate crime bill that was brought up, did he? Oh, okay, let's this is a clip, it's cut off. Let's see if he mentions anything about hate crimes before they go to the next person or they clip them out. So he did speak on the hate crime bill, but it's cut up. It's cut up. Okay. Well, let's get through what he's saying and the cut up parts and see if he's in agreement or whatever the situation may have you. And they did that while having both the House and the Congress. They did that while having both the House and the Senate. Excuse me, I said the Congress, but the House and the Senate of Congress. You're not getting any sound, my sister? Okay, hold on. Hold on. It might be tripping. Let me go ahead and do this. I'll remove that for a hot second. It's 150. So, oh, okay. I see why. Boom. Let's go back here.
That these programs encourage more violent interactions between law enforcement and their constituents, particularly their Black constituents. And so Kimberly and I, we walked the halls of the legislature. We went office to office, Democrats and Republicans alike, and we passed Javier Ambler's law, which bans reality TV policing in the state of Texas. No longer can a reality TV show like Live PD or Cops contract with a law enforcement agency in Texas at any level, local, county, or state. But that same session, Representative Rose, you remember this, the George Floyd Act didn't even make it to the House floor. So while we made progress for Javier,
that's because you guys did not. Okay, family, are you still not hearing it? Before we continue, let me make sure you guys are hearing things. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear the video. Put a 2 in the chat if you cannot. Put a 1 in the chat. Okay, you hear it? All right. All right, great. All right, bet. So they're talking about, or he's talking about the Javier bill that they passed. And he said they failed to pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. It isn't the fact that you failed, you chose not to. I already showed you all. And this was the purpose. I showed you all the responsibilities of the House Whip. That George Floyd Justice and Policing Act could have been brought to the floor. But the whip and the speaker, the majority, they set the tone for which bills will be brought to the floor and which ones will be held back. So when he says we failed, no, that was a decision that you all made. It was a decision of the House Whip, the lead speaker. Continue. Well, it sounds like to me, even with the cutout, it sounds like there was really nothing said there. In the very same way, there was really nothing said about reparations. So, family, I wanted to bring this to you today. Like I said, these folks are out here doubling down on stupid and hoping that you'll double down with them. They're hoping that you're just walking up to the table and thinking that they're hot. And so they're doubling down on red, and they're hoping that you'll put all your money down on red too, because if they're winning and they're able to double down the way they're doubling down, you would think that, oh, you must have just really hit something big. You must be very smart on this table. Oh, family, but that's where it'll get you. That's where it'll get you, because then you double down on red with them, and then black turns up every single time. And let me also give an analogy of why you can't straddle the fence. Not only does the Bible says that one can't serve two masters, for he will love one and hate the other, or he will hate one and love the other. Here's the dangers of straddling the fence. If you say you're on both sides, you're on nobody's side. If you say that you're on both sides, you're on nobody's side. So anybody who is sitting here straddling the fence when it comes to black empowerment, they're not on the side of black empowerment. If you're straddling the fence when it comes to speaking for black issues and black interest, they're not for black interests and black issues. It is that simple. It is that simple. Shout out to the full armor of Yah. Also, the Bible says, hot or cold, but lukewarm, I will spit you out. Family, you cannot be one of these people that's willing to dip their toes into the water to see how it would benefit you to be in that side of the water. If these folks aren't sitting there speaking about specific policies specifically for your political interest, they've already shown you where they stand, and they've shown you what you're going to get if you put them into office. This is another fantastic point. Shout out to our good brother DSB. They sure didn't have a problem passing the fake hate crime bill for Asians. Them white men running around with black masks on, punching Asians. Fantastic point. Because he's talking about the Javier bill, but he's not talking about the fact that, yeah, they also made sure, the House Whip made sure that that Asian hate crime bill was on the floor now, didn't she? Another fantastic point. And as soon as the Asian hate crime bill got passed, the attacks on Asians stopped. Family, I'm not here to tell you what to think. That's not my job at all. I am not a person who even likes to tell people what to think, because, you know, That's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to make sure people think, regardless of what they think or how they think. If you choose to think that way, that's fine, but I'm going to give you all the information. And if you choose to think that way, that is against foundational Black Americans, if that's the choice you made, that's absolutely fine. You have the right as a human being to make a decision upon what your life will move into. But when it comes down to foundationals and it comes down to me, once I see that choice that you made, I'm gonna make you live in that choice. That is it. That is all. And that goes for any human being. That goes for any political party. That goes for any goddamn social group. If you're against foundational Black Americans in our interests and you promote that, then guess what? You know what? I would say it, but I think this is a better rendition.
Fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass. Yeah.
And all you folks that was like that Tiffany chick at the beginning of the whole little town hall, talking about I'm a Black woman and we need to see what we can do to help Tallarico, how we can serve Tallarico. Everybody, pull out your phones and just donate $10 a piece to Tallarico because running campaigns are expensive. To that we say,
Get away from here with your nasty self and take those white people with you. You know how white people smell after the rain, like wet potato chips. Now get out of here.
as foundational Black Americans standing for political interest and not any of these optics, not any of these, oh, well, looky here. We're willing to bring you something. Ain't that enough? What is the something? Oh, the something is something for everyone else. Yeah. To that, we tell each and every one of you, whether you are a Republican or a Democrat.
Sit down and shut the fuck up, bitch!
And if you think that you can come have a conversation with any foundational and convince us that we need to be, running around here caping for all these other people while these people quite literally try to force us into extinction, then we have this to say to you.
Get your man.
Because the fact of the matter is, this stuff is not a situation that isn't planned out. This is not a situation that the Democrats haven't looked into and said we're going to use. We know what you're doing. And the fact that we're calling you out for what you're doing consistently is making you change a lot of the notions and the rhetoric in which you keep coming with. And we do it because we know several things. First, we know
People know exactly what they're doing until they get exposed.
And then we also know, even though people know what they're doing until they get exposed, we got to be the ones that have a long memory about these people. And we got to be the ones exposing these people as well.
But the axe forgets, the tree remembers. You can't have a short memory and be Black. You open yourself up for attack. You got to have a long memory because you're singing a long song. Y'all feel me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do.
So when they come to us and they want to sit here and keep talking about they're in our communities, they're doing town halls with a bunch of Black folk in the room, and they still want to talk about Gaza. They still want to talk about somebody outside of the Black community. Yeah, family. Yeah, we say one thing and one thing only.
Get somebody else to do it.
And if we say anything after that, it's going to be this.
Problem. Yeah, it's just not my problem. No.
This is where we are today. This is foundational Black American interests. And we're not here to be played with, nor are we here to play with anybody. That's it. That's all. And if you don't like it, that's too damn bad. You better respect it because you damn sure can't check it. And to each and every one of you mother lovers that are out here trying to steal our talking points while pushing these god dang Nabiscos to do for everybody else except for us, let me tell you off the vert.
You's a cool nigga.
And to all my foundationals, who's been standing on your square, been standing on business for your people and for your generations and the future generations after that. Take a bow. Because it's because of you that a lot of these other people are starting to see. It's called herd mentality. If you get enough people to see what you see, if it's true enough, oh, they will cross that line and they'll be on your side. But the same thing goes for things that are against us. And for all those who are still scared little bootlicks on the plantations, I will leave you with this.
You're black, they're white. This ain't hockey. Guys, I think what Coach is trying to say is that the key word is teamwork. No, the key word is you're black, they're white.
So, Coach, what you're saying is if we just walk with the Lord...
The Lord done did his part already. He made you black. He made them white.
With that being said, if you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you'll be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can, as well as the hype button, so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please hit the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, real reparations, cash reparations. And also hit the other link and join the Telegram group to make sure that we can help circumvent the PewTube shadow banning. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for being here. I know we went a little bit long today. We went a little bit long the last time too. I'm gonna be shortening them up for the next couple of come ups. You dig me? However, these two I've been putting to the side. Well, for the most part, the important Asians I've been working on for months. This one I was working on for a couple of weeks, and then new stuff come along, so I added on to it. But I had to do the James Tallarico. We had to break down this James Tallarico situation. So for the next few broadcasts, don't worry, we won't be in revivals. We won't be doing anything over 3 hours. We're going to be breaking things down. I got a couple more for you guys, and they're going to be under 3 hours. All right. Not saying anybody's complained. Somebody actually emailed me the other day and was like, Church, I have never watched a 5-hour video before, but that god dang important Asians, that right there had me glued to my seat. And I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate all of the positive words and all the positive feedback, you know, because it makes me go harder. And it makes me make sure everything is where it's supposed to be before I bring it to you. In situations like this, yeah, we're where we need to be. Let me thank everybody who donated, whether by Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal, anywhere else. Let me give thanks in advance because there was a lot of people that sent Cash App donations yesterday for the Important Asians broadcast, and I want to thank each and every one of you. I want to thank each and every one of the people who sent in PayPal transactions after the broadcast was over. So much love to each and every one of you. And it was some of you that was already in here, you know what I mean? But still, I appreciate it. Maybe you had to come back. I don't know. But much love to everybody. And I appreciate all that you do to make sure that we can get this message out to the ears that need to hear. With that being said, my brothers, my sisters, my family and friends, I want you to stay safe, stay black, and most importantly, stay foundational. With that being said, family and friends, shout out to my sister Black Spider, who was one of those folks. Gotta give you a shout out, my sister, before I close the doors. Much love to you all. The doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever can't stand us black people, he's doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing, us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm out.